you know, and I wanted to serve Mr. Hartford, or Miss Hartford, and that's what I do. Is there a problem with that?
When you put it like how you had prior.
Look, boy, don't tell me. I know you've worked with her. Don't tell me you haven't had an errant gaze or something like that. Come on now, you're young. You make it.
Cards are up, just so you know. Dump it.
Hey, you got your apple pie. Felt like a good morning, and a new recruit comes upon you. There he is.
Friends are grandma really famous, thank you. Lilith! Lilith! Look at our farms. We're growing eggplants. I didn't even know that. I don't know why the fuck she puts up with me.
It's money for people coming in.
He's outside, you know, being a noble.
Stop moaning about him. Don't moan about him. After all, you'll rile him up. No.
I know the doorster.
Let's go.
All right.
Lucky.
Good morning, Tang.
Morning.
Cool. What do you mean?
Morning, Master Thistlewood.
Welcome back, Master Thistlewood.
Especially this
Thistlewood.
one. Apparently, this plant grows in winter and it fruits in the winter.
Apologies to interrupt, but I had a bit of an announcement. Rather, would you all do me a favor and gather all the scribery employees? In approximately, let's say, 3 minutes from now, I'll have something for you all.
That's Lord, you look at the sundial in here.
3 minutes.
What?
Stop.
You want me to count? 1, 2,
count.
3.
I'll be back soon. Just grab everyone, won't you, please?
Start counting up. Yes, there we go. All right, we're timing it. Pesalo. Why are you taking so long? Pesalo, what are you doing? Turning around. We're gathering the scribes right now.
Gather everyone. I'll be right back.
14, 15,
16,
damn.
17,
Already lost count.
19, 20.
I mean, I know I'm supposed to be the numbers guy, but you know, I can't always count aloud. I wasn't taught to count aloud. I couldn't keep counting in my head, you know. I can't do something like that.
Use the abacus.
Employees that we were supposed to get.
15 years.
Where are we? I thought this was all the scribery employees that are left. I mean, for God's sake, Torgrim died. Where's he?
Somewhere, but he's never where.
Here's Torgrim's death.
For God's sake, Torgrim died. God
What
damn
about, what
it.
was the other one? What was the other one? I forgot.
44.
It was,
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
it was the one. It was the one with the good writing about the Bjorning werebitch. I forget his name. God.
Oh, that was good.
Bjorning
Yes, he was
werebitch.
an expert in his field. You lad, I see you were there with that scroll. Don't pretend you can read. I know you can't.
Agents, could I have you help me with something?
That was Roach.
I really apologize. A lot's been on my mind lately. Sorry, Jensen. I
What are
really
you doing?
apologize.
We're trying to gather the employees.
One minute. One moment.
Hey, how much longer do we have? I already lost count. Where are you going?
2 minutes remaining.
1 minute? We got 2 minutes remaining, Tesla. God.
You've literally been the one teaching me to read for the past several weeks.
Oh, have I? You look very similar to all the other people who are dressed almost exactly like you, only with varying shades of hair and an eye and your tunic
See,
here.
my hair used to be much younger looking and brown, but working in here has driven it gray.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
see,
and
that's
now,
everybody
and now you
eventually-
know. Now you know the secret. You can't tell anyone, okay?
Wait, Ackerman, how old are you really?
Everyone in this room smells an aroma that most of you have not. Spices that you have never had in your poor lives. Your mouths salivate.
Yes, it is. Well, they're pies, Ackerman. I recently, well, it came to my understanding that a lot of you here have not had a chance to have one before, and so I took it upon myself to get some for the scribery because, well, everyone's been working very hard, and with everything that's been happening, I feel like you all deserve a break.
We're in the middle of practically a famine. Where did you get a pie?
I had to travel out of town about a half a day.
How much did those
Please.
things cost, Thessalon? Did you put them on some kind of expense report? You know what Dorch is going to do when he finds out you were spending money on a pie?
It all came out of pocket. It all came out of my own pocket. It's fine.
Out of pocket?
Please, give him his moment.
Shut up, it smells delicious.
All right.
Yes, sir, if you don't want any pie,
Some
I
here.
guess I can
Come here.
take them.
No.
Guardsman, can you slice this? Or should I just eat it with my hand?
Strawberry rhubarb
yeah.
is what I've been told.
Right.
No, wait. No, just use this cutlery here.
Oh, yes, the scribery cutlery. I always missed where that was.
The head scholar cuts the pie with ease, but you can't help but look disappointed and put your sword away, wishing it was you.
Why is there liquid inside? Is it not cooked yet?
Would actually get some use
A
for a
headache?
change.
Jensen,
It'll be fine.
it's cooked all the way through. Relax. All right.
I'm not Jensen, I'm Chester.
Here
Care
we
for
go.
a slice, I guess.
Here
Here you are.
May I have
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no.
Here you are.
I'm almost afraid to
I
take a
don't think
bite.
I've ever seen before.
Do it. Take a bite. Take a bite.
My God, this is amazing. It's wonderful. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted.
As Ackerman delves into the pie, he's completely unknown to him that it's all dribbling down the front of his shirt.
It's amazing.
Have you already cut into this one?
I can't describe it.
Yes.
Very good.
Sorry,
How are you enjoying it?
Somehow
Oh, that's all right.
it like bursts in your
Very
mouth.
good, actually.
It's like an explosion of flavor.
It
tastes like it was made with
I don't really know how to describe it.
I haven't had a feeling like this since I've had me mum's.
As your eyes glance back over to the scribes, it looks like something out of a horror movie. Their faces are covered in red. It looks like they've been feasting on the damned. But they're all quite happy.
By the gods. Perhaps I should have invested in some...
like this before.
Ackerman,
Must have another piece.
oh dear. Ackerman, please.
The
Control
rhubarb
yourself.
and fruit slowly starts to trinkle in between your gauntlets. As a sticky mess.
I suppose.
Oh, it's worth it. I'll just have to sit in the fountain of enlightenment later.
I need another one. I need another one. I've never had strawberry rhubarb before, but apparently it's a local staple, so...
The one scribe without
What I've
teeth
been.
is sucking up the insides and ignoring the pie crust.
It's so good!
God.
Oh my god!
You'll see that he rolled up a sturdy piece of parchment and using it as a straw.
I can't.
Though it's hard to tell
so
where
ingenious,
the
I should try
rhubarb
that.
ends and the saliva begins.
Oh, that's it all. That's all in my rooms. I've gotten some of that.
You can every single piece of crust. Just
I'll fetch napkins, it's fine.
Oh, my hands are so sticky. I shouldn't touch any of the books right now. The hands are so
Standing over here, Loretta, as Ackerman just continues to talk and talk, with the backlight from the window behind him, you can see the particles of spit as he's talking, and there's a rhubarb flying across the room.
Yeah, rags in case you need them.
Oh, Lady Loretta, I'm sorry. I know I'm in such a disheveled mess. If you could, do you have any? Oh, I'm sorry. I got a little bit on you. Oh, my hands got some on it too. I'm sorry. I might have gotten some on your.
Ackerman, step back.
Mother's home cooking in it. Thank you.
Let me just clean you up. Let me just.
No.
Glad you enjoy it, Jensen.
Let me just. It's going to take a while to get this out of my robes. I'm so sorry.
Yes, and I'm wearing white.
I thought we'd be saving for months.
Well, it's got a little stain on it right about there, but it's all right.
You're
Nobody
wearing
can see
white,
it. I know
blue,
it.
and red.
It was fortunate timing.
I'm sorry, Lady Loretta. I know I was just.
As Ackerman gets more and more flustered, realizing what he's done, he starts to inflect more and more rhubarb continues to
Lady
speak.
Loretta, I'm so sorry. I couldn't help.
This morning.
But just I was overtaken by the flavor.
Maybe she's in her quarters. I'll go and check really quick.
And just spewing it out
You do
everywhere with
that.
my-
We'll try and make sure it doesn't divulge.
You'll see that this scribe has bygone taking slices and has just put a parchment roll into the pie and is now sucking out like a mosquito.
It needs change.
I guess that pie is done.
Going to look for Quinn in the office right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. Quinn? Quinn?
Going over to her room, you'd see that the door is very much open. The bed is flung with the cover. All the chests are open and empty, and things of importance scattered around the room, as if someone was in a hurry.
What? Quinn? Oh dear.
Coming over and looking at the mess, you'd see that a bunch of books have been pulled off the shelves, and there's big gaps in the shelves in the office. You don't see right away what's missing. The things that are off the shelves seem rather mundane.
No. Quinn! God damn it.
I'm saving your second pie. He eventually started just drinking the whole inside of the first one, and he turned
As
his
you come
attention
in,
to this one.
guard, you'll see that there is a mess on the floor. Books pulled off of shelves, scrolls all over the place.
Did someone invade here last night?
Have you seen Quinn? At all?
No, I have not.
Yesterday. When's the last time you saw her? When's the last time she came into the scribery?
I had off yesterday, so I wasn't here. You want to go ask Jensen?
I will. Return to your post, guardsman.
Yes, sir.
Looks like everything's still in order. Here, at least.
Looking around the inside of your room, you'll see that there's nothing that looks out of order. In fact, the door was locked when you came in.
Wait a minute. Is everything still there?
You would see that everything you've placed there is indeed still there.
Dear.
Indeed. Vesselar, all the pie is
Yes.
gone now.
Good, I hope you enjoyed it.
We did.
This is quite
Thank you.
excellent.
I have to say, Vesselar, I actually do appreciate that. That might have been the first useful thing I think I've seen you do in this scribery. I'm just kidding, of course.
How much did the pie cost?
Well, I was able to work out a deal. It was about a silver per pie. But
Look,
you
Vesselar.
don't need to worry about the price. It's fine.
I know we've given you a hard time around here ever since you showed up. You've only been here for about 6 or 7 months, and well, a lot of us have been here for years and years, some of us our whole lives. Just wanted to thank you for your time here, and gratitude, and showing us these pies and everything. I really do. I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
There might be more pie in the Noble District, but they might be more expensive. That's why I traveled a half a day.
I can't eat anything else now. I've been ruined from the food.
Well, I apologize for that.
I've had a taste
I'm
of
sorry to cut it short. I appreciate the kind words, but I need to speak to Jensen for a moment.
Very well.
Jensen, could you come over here, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Right, but I'm buying cotton and wool for like 45 copper a head.
So you want an advertisement, right?
Have you seen Quinn at all today?
No, in fact, the last time I saw her was not yesterday, but the day before yesterday when she left in a huff knowing that Lethal was staying here overnight.
You didn't see her yesterday at all, then?
No, I was only here in the morning to let Lethal out, and then after all the double shifts I've been pulling, I figured I'd take, half a day off. Actually catch up on sleep for once.
I see.
You're right and ready for if anything to happen.
Who was on duty yesterday at the scribery?
I'm not sure, but when I left, well, Miss Hartford was here. I mean, Lady Hartford. Lady Miss
Right.
Hartford.
Would you send her in, please?
Of course.
A completed page? One page? One second, let me check.
This is Lady Hartford, if you would please. Join me.
And it comes to you. When you were picking up those books, your eyes darted to the empty slots on the shelves. You weren't entirely sure because you didn't think of it at that point. You were trying to figure out what the fuck really happened. But you know very well on your personal shelf what it is that you have there. You know that the books that were missing were books on the Western houses and their background, books on the Unifier King and his tactics, and a book on the houses of Gewin.
You asked
Loretta.
for me?
Did you see Quinn at all yesterday?
She was leaving your place in the morning, and I saw her in town a couple times, and then in the evening I didn't see her at all. Why do you ask?
Did you see her speaking with anyone?
Possibly Kate, I don't know. Something wrong?
No, thank you. That is all.
Anybody else?
Tell her when she started that she wasn't supposed to take any of the books out of the scriptorium, because I did see her leaving.
I
one.
did. I gave her one research journal to conduct research with.
That's possibly it then.
All right. Loretta, if you see her... Damn it. Come here.
Mr. Professional.
I want to look like attack.
I started cleaning up, but I realized I should probably leave it as it is. I think I've made a terrible mistake.
What's missing?
Books on the Western houses, books on the Unifier King and his tactics, and books on the Knights of Gewin.
Merrin.
I know. I know.
Tish,
Copy.
can I get you to do the bit with Sir Connor?
Sure thing, I can. No problem.
That will require Mecha and
Wasn't here.
Coyote.
Because I took it.
Mecha and Coyote, please respond.
And it was in the other room.
Say what?
The book on Gewin that he had here, I took and put in the other room. If that matters at all.
Which room are you talking about?
The locked one.
And when was this?
Whenever I asked him about it, which was like 4 or 5 episodes ago.
Okay, then it's still here. They're not what
So
I.
the Gewin book is still here?
What I will say is, yes, the Gewin book would still be here. However, it was noticeably looked for, so you'd know that part of the area is ripped
The
up.
shelf was looked.
Yeah. You'll also see a bunch of parchment is missing, and you can assume that somebody jotted down notes of some sort. So there you go.
I'm sure I'll be being spoken to you later on today.
Go to the captain immediately.
Okay, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Guards, be aware the shit with Mirandel is probably going to kick off a lot sooner than I thought. He's going to be reporting what happened. Captain Horst, you were being looked for. Be near the barracks.
So good to see you. I've been gone for a week. So the city's where I can get them, yeah?
Roll up my ass. I'll forge later, huh? I have a request, Skorgum, at some point, if you'd be able to help.
Oh, what's that?
Simply, to put it really simply, the sword I have, it's an arming sword. I need to turn into a schwert, a shield sword. Because an arming sword and a shield, especially
I'm not a
round shield,
weaponsmith.
don't go well together. I know, but all you do is break off the crossguard. That's what I need.
Good morning, Bailiff. We have a job to do.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
Good to see
your
you.
job. Do your job. Just do it. I'll wait for the blacksmith to return.
Okay.
Never.
He'll be back sooner or
Yeah,
later.
no, Baylor, that's not something I can do for you. I'm sorry.
The blacksmith will be back, right?
Sorry.
Morning. I have no idea.
Oh shit.
I'm so angry.
Bird shit.
Fuck you.
Oh? I'll be back.
No.
Captain, I need to speak to you immediately. He's right there.
Oh, fuck's alive.
Wait, can I borrow him very fast?
Talk to in the barracks.
Yes, of
This
course.
is more important, Christian, I'm sorry.
Hey, but
No, it's not. You're hearing me twice? Oh, it's probably fucking up. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Echo's gone.
You go. Thank you.
Cool. Of course, you're gonna wind up listening to him and telling him you'll notify Osgood,
books are missing.
and we'll take it from there.
My office has been ransacked.
What?
Yes.
Well, this is very important. I'll notify Osgood, and we'll have a team look into it.
Have you seen Quinn at all today? The bomb.
I have not seen
Brunswick
her
checking.
today.
Are militia handing out weapons right now?
Scribe's assistant.
Say again?
Are militia handing out weapons right now?
Are militia handing out weapons right now? No, not that I know of.
Me back into town.
Captain Horst, the only other person that has a key to my office was Quinn, as she was working directly underneath me. I've not seen her today, and I was out of town yesterday.
So you think Quinn could have done this?
Unless there was forced entry, but I don't know what to look for something like that. I'm hoping that one of your guards, or maybe you can take a look at it personally.
Huh. As I said, I'm gonna notify Osgood since it was the scribery, and we will have a team head out that way soon.
If he needs to speak to me, I will be around town. I think I'll be going to the
Very well.
tavern next. Try and see who last spoke to her.
Okay.
Alright, so Give him some time. You'll notify Osgood, and then this investigation will shortly begin. So I need you to
Roger
start
that.
rounding up the guards and usual guards.
Yes.
You can wait a couple more
If you
days.
see
yeah.
How the devil did he get a hold of this?
Pardon me.
Yes, as good as mine.
Excuse me. Hello, sir.
Oh wait, I don't buy wood from you anymore. Alright.
I heard from Ron that have you met Ron yet?
15 color.
I did, yeah.
what? How do you know?
Because I was standing right there. She mounted saddles. 2 men armed with swords, quite formidable. Rode out, never seen again. She had a lot of books with her when she left. Carrying them. I swear that horse might have been laid down.
Will you come with me? I need to tell the guards.
Oh, they know. They know.
They know? Captain Horse said they did not know where she was.
I told Liliana, I believe, the name. But I can tell Horst, if that.
Yes, come. Let's talk to Horst.
He said he'd put some aside for me, so I'm going
down there, though.
They weren't me. They lived.
Can we get a DM over to the
Now that I think about it, I think
stonemasonry, please?
Stone
be there, one sec.
Mason? Okay. I need all guards to report to Captain Horst.
I don't know if you want to take him.
Someone in a green cloak. I saw them for a
Yes.
moment, but
Did they not go back? What's all this about, Horst?
You don't answer anybody.
Whispers.
good morning, Miss Yasa.
15 copper, so I don't have to pay with logs.
Alright, good. How are you doing?
Have them stand by outside the barracks.
Ben, stay out here.
As are needed, I will let you know. Hello, Bruns.
Are you running a module?
It just resolved for the time being.
Excellent. I need the warden.
Understood. On my way.
And everybody that's here, that's available, I need a guard outside the barracks, please.
Aside for the bookcases before.
I will see you outside the barracks, warden.
Okay.
Form up, right now. 2 lines. Let's go.
Yika, who was the one that was asking for me?
Say again?
Tish,
never mind. I got it. Tish.
Tish is looking.
Oh,
yeah.
Tish. Tish was.
Form up, 2 lines. Let's go.
Yes. Okay, let me go confirm.
Alright, coming up from the dungeon now.
No, I do not. I was just giving orders to mobilize. Get you all together. That is all.
Hey, hey. Hey. What? Do you know what's going on? What's going on?
Lines with the militia, that's what's going on. I mean,
Baylor.
Okay, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
yes?
What?
Am I wrong?
Warden.
The warden has left.
Indeed. He is a busy
I'll not
man.
trouble you any
Yes, but thank you for helping.
Yes, thank you for your assistance, Nicholas.
Of course. Let me know if I can be of any further assistance.
The men are ready, yes.
Yes, they are.
Well, now we just wait for... Ah! Commander Osgood.
Has everyone been prepared?
Yes. I do have one
Yes, sir.
side note of information, sir, that we've received last night.
Morden is outside the barracks with the
One of
guards.
the people who potentially might have caused this issue, Quinn, the barmaid, has left the city last night.
I'll be the one to find out about this. Make sure everyone's in 2 lines.
Also, sir, I don't know if you saw the note I left for you, but at some point, Captain Amelia wishes to speak with you privately.
Captain Amelia? I thought she was dead.
Yes. She returned home, went to Adwick
Early morn
just
yesterday.
yesterday. I went up to the castle.
Things get stranger and stranger every day. Very well. Make sure the men are ready. I will be there momentarily.
Yes, sir.
Chat, where's Mirandel? Chat, where's Mirandel?
You're the more experienced out of these lads. Come here.
Commander.
There you go. Have him.
Listen. And listen well. A severe breach in security has taken place. And right now we are going to take care of it. Evidence needs to be collected, and in doing so, you must follow my orders to the letter. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
Weapons drawn. Follow me to the archives.
What is this, the third time?
This is the last time.
Commander?
Morden?
Good morning.
Oof.
Good morning, Commander.
Good morning, Miss Hartford. I would ask that you vacate the premises.
Would you like me to open the door for you?
I would be most thankful if you did. Does this gentleman work at the scribery?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, he must be taken into custody, you understand?
Well, I haven't done anything, so...
Soldiers, kindly take this one into custody. Overturn every bookshelf. Into the offices, break down every door, find me anything. I want evidence, and anyone that is inside here is to be arrested. Go, now.
Sir.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go, lads.
Understood.
Right.
One of you take him outside to be held.
Come here. Come here.
Stand by, breaking doors down. Take your time doing it. I need a couple temporary volunteers to be scribes. They're being pulled out of the archives. Need 3 or 4 volunteers.
Tell us anyone.
Come on up as an old man. Need another. Quickly, if you would. You'll be done very quickly. King Scourge, I need you. Let's come into the main rooms of the archives. It's just going to make a show of arresting the scribes and taking them away. Then you're free. Lieutenant, arrest these scribes.
What's going on? What are you doing? I was at work. I can't concentrate with all this noise.
Borden, if you would help the lieutenant.
Understood.
Nothing so far in this room. Come on.
Everything and anything that has to do with security of the city, troop numbers, troop disposition, magic, anything that seems bloody strange or unnatural. You collect it and bring it to me. Every single shelf. Overturn it all!
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commander.
Would this be such a book?
You're not climbing out of this one, Thistle.
That one is about some sort of,
Yes.
You two with me.
Thessalor is outside.
Is he now?
Right outside the door.
You two, go outside and take Mirandel Thessalor into custody. Put him in shackles. Now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Warden! Break this fucking door down. Make way. Break those fucking doors down. Search everything. Pull everything off the shelves. Anything that has to do with troop movements, the counting of our troops in the day and night on their rotations, anything implicating Mirandel Thessalor, anything, I want it now!
Captain, there's a locked chest in here.
Get it open.
Some of the books you requested on the table, sir.
Scrolls in the book from the table. Collect them.
Those are his last 2 rows.
On the bookshelves closest to Mirandel's desk, you will find information that is very similar, copies of what was found in that scroll at the graveyard. You will also find a parchment detailing hidden between books about the destabilization of Adwick using the gangs, along with a brass skull pin. Search everything!
Sir!
What?
This book has a lot of the information.
Frenchie, if you haven't already, it's a good time to bring out Hirilimo.
This absolute bastard. Captain! Gather all of this information and bring it back to the guardhouse.
You'll want to see this, and it comes with a pin.
Take this, soldier.
Grab it.
Is that the brass skull pin?
I've seen many of them. I can't
Brunswick, were
forget the
the
look of
2
it.
guards that arrested Mirandel supposed to bring him down to the dungeon?
Nope, he's supposed to stay in the courtyard with you.
Oh, he was supposed to stay in the courtyard? Fuck. We took him all the way to the barracks.
Not only did this head
Lorette
scholar
and Penny were giving me a
know
statement, but I've crashed out. I'll be back with them in just a moment.
he acted on. Take all of this evidence and bring it back. All of it. Warden, with me. The rest of you with me.
Let's go.
Trent. Break it down.
Understood.
Get
Make
out of his way.
Lieutenant.
Look out, lads.
Make way.
Men, Nick do the
For
warden's
there is work for me to do.
Every single bookshelf. Search them. Everything. I want to know what this fucking Imperial sympathizer was doing in his free time.
Rolling for the search. A 15.
This lectern here is rather interesting.
What does it say?
Some of the more hard to come by information, as this is where it is from.
There is nothing here that's too incriminating, but I'll tell you what is. That same note that we saw in the graveyard comes from books like these inside of the archives. It's the very same fucking parchment.
Sir, parchment.
What?
Since the Lieutenant was here before, would she notice like the books are missing or anything like that?
There are no books in here that are missing. All the books that were missing was inside of his office.
Gotcha.
Commander, should
What
we
is
check
it?
between all the bookshelves and behind them and underneath the floorboards if there's anything hidden?
This sparks something to mind, Commander Osgood. See, it's one thing to stumble into a rat in your nest who has information out in the open, but that just leaves one big question to mind. You've handled spies before. What's hidden if this stuff is in the open?
Lieutenant,
Sir.
I want the scribery to be completely shut down for the rest of the day. I want to assign 2 guards here that you trust the most, and I want every single bookshelf, every single piece of furniture, every single tile, every single piece of this building that can be moved to be moved, to find what else is in this rat's nest.
It shall be done, Commander.
No one comes in or out. Let us go have a chat with this Imperial.
Understood, Commander.
And I want to make something very clear to every last one of my soldiers. If some royal guards tried to step in the middle of this investigation, you are under my orders to draw your blades. They will not pull Thessalor out of the fire this time. That is interfering
Understood.
with the Crown's law.
Yes, Commander.
Yes, Commander.
Commander. Lady Loretta and Lady Penny have word that they need to give to you.
Then I would ask the ladies to be so kind as to follow us down to the barracks, and I will speak to them into the first room. For those who've been brought into custody, bring them down to the dungeon, the guards included. Have them disarmed. Get it done now. Warden, stay with the prisoners.
Understood.
Hand over your weapons.
We have the evidence here.
Our weapons, please.
Bring it all down to the barracks. I'll review it there. Escort the ladies kindly, if you would. Let's go! Move!
Ladies, if you would.
Come on, men. Grab the evidence. Sir.
I just suggest you don't try anything.
Of course, Warden.
Don't damage it.
You drop a single of those.
This is the first time we're walking by.
Let's go! Get them in their cells! Get that evidence down there now.
Understood.
Once we get inside, if you two would be so gracious as to wait in the first room.
All right.
With any luck, you'll hang by midday.
Penny, over here. Huh?
Right here, before the ladies.
Lady Hartford.
All right. So, Penny has some information on. Well.
Who is this Penny?
This girl Quinn. This is Penny. She lives in the village. She
pulls down her
she's
hood.
very vital to the food production of the city and everything.
I'm guessing it's implied
Anyway.
that they're turning over the scribery Bruns.
She saw.
Or did you
she
instruct
told
the lieutenant
me,
directly to
as
turn
best
it
she
over?
could, that Klaus has been.
It's implied. I'm not gonna make you do that the whole time.
seen
Okay, gotcha.
Quinn, who Master Thessalor had taken as an assistant, taking books out of the scriptorum and out into the, outside the city when they're not supposed to leave the building itself. And, she then left last night on horseback with 2 men.
She also said it was with a great many books from the scribery.
There is a direct line of structure. The head scholar needs to run any sort of personnel hires past the magistrate, and yet there are no records about this hire. Mirandel Thessalor is very well aware of this, as I have told him before he needs to get his people vetted by the magistrate. After the last time I raided the scribery and found out that his guards were not only going missing, and they still are missing, but on top of this, it would seem that people who came and went from there all the time, whenever the guards tried to stop them, he rebuffed them, saying they were retainers or scribes. This Quinn was never approved by the magistrate. He knows that. Is there anything else you can tell me, Lady Hartford?
On this subject, that's all I have. I
Do you
feel
know
like
of anybody...
he's more of an idiot than anything else.
Huh. If it wasn't for his ties to the castle, I would agree. I don't think so. Are you aware of anyone that frequents the graveyard or goes there throughout the night?
The only person I know that goes to the graveyard is Dompe.
Find the gravedigger and bring him here.
Yes, Captain.
No. The reason why I ask this, it would seem that the graveyard has been a dead drop for information regarding the entire security of Udwick, including troop numbers during the day and the night. On top of this, the recent movements of troops, where they've been deployed and where they are going. On top of this, people that have come from Ledford, and thorough dossiers about each and every last one of them. And then something else I need to investigate is something about an exiled Lord of Gewin hiding within the walls. This being the case, all of this information was on this scroll, and it was about to be picked up.
Exiled Lord of Gewin.
Aye. Whoever it was that put that report there was very thorough and apparently was investigating something. I do not know too much about it yet. We will find out. The law rules this city. It always has, and it always will. You have any other further information you can offer me, Lady Hartford?
if I was to say anything about those subjects, then I would prefer to do it without so many people on it.
I trust all these soldiers with my lives.
Well, at least there was a Lord of Gewin here.
What?
Yes.
That is not possible. The entirety of Gewin was destroyed along with Leodor and whatever the last one was called. Every last one of them were killed, we know
Because this is a very delicate matter. As I said, I feel like this needs to be more of a one-on-one conversation.
Clear the room! All of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Penny, I don't think you need to wait around.
Come on, lads.
Ask them if you can leave. There's a man who, well, was also in Ledford that was a Lord of Gewin.
That doesn't make any sense.
Of course it doesn't make any sense. Gewin fell 20 years ago, but you know, they escaped.
And you're saying they're here in this city?
Well,
Osgood,
they want
with
to
a 14, as far-fetched as it seems like she's telling the truth.
I don't believe you have any reason to lie to me, Lady Hartford, but you must understand that this sounds incredibly far-fetched.
How is it far-fetched that somebody can cross a border?
That all the reports that we have, as they used to be allies of Ireland, was that all of their people that were important were killed alongside of King Brennan.
What I was told was when they tried to cross the border, they were betrayed by one of the houses of Ireland. So of course there won't be any records that you can look at. I've tried myself, and there's nothing. Not even a word.
Betrayed by a house.
Yet here he is.
Ireland. Who is this supposed Lord of Gewin?
Lord Ardhart.
This name means nothing to me.
Well, that's his name. Arnold. The blacksmith.
The fucking blacksmith.
The blacksmith.
Lady Hartford, that does not make any sense at all. What would a Lord of Gewin, exiled, be doing not only in Ireland, but so close to the Empire? Would they not go as far as they could?
Rolling. Osgood, as you say that, with the 17, you remember having that blacksmith in custody. And you remember his stately nature, him being quite well spoken. And you remember that there was an individual that was a military man who spoke vehemently on his behalf, who seemed more someone who was his keeper than just a mercenary guarding the blacksmith. Carry on.
Well, if I've gone this far, they brought the king's son, one of his sons.
The what?
From Gewin across the border. Yes.
What?
So they had him in hiding here for 20 years. But he went missing around 8 years ago.
Wait, stop. You're telling me that we have an exiled Lord of Gewin here in the capital of Ireland that brought Is King's heir here? Is that what you're
And
telling
was
me?
betrayed.
And was betrayed by a house of Ireland.
That is what I'm telling you. So I had some words for him, and well, somebody managed to convince him to look for this heir that has gone missing. And that was the last time I talked to him.
Last time? Where is the blacksmith?
He went to look for the heir. I don't know where he went.
This is far more than I thought I'd be considering today. The fucking heir of another kingdom, last living heir, is in our country.
The military potential to this is astounding, Osgood. It doesn't escape you as a man of long service. This could change everything for Ireland.
Now. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that we need to have a conversation about this in the near future. Before I can even begin to wrap my brain around this, I need to deal with an Imperial spy in my dungeon.
You really think Master Thessalor's a spy?
I think that even if he's not, he should be executed for gross negligence.
That's, well, this doesn't...
He put the entirety of Erlin's archives on display for the Empire. And he knows that everyone needs to be vetted that comes into the archives, but he did not. And who else does he work very closely with, Lady Hartford? Who pulls his strings?
Someone I never met.
A lord in the keep. This rabbit hole goes much farther than you would realize. So I must treat it as such. I cannot speak any more about the matter, however. I appreciate the information you've given me and the headache you have given me. We will speak about that in the near future. Who else
Keep it
knows
close
of
to your
this?
chest. I assume everyone is from Ledford.
That name again.
Ledford seems to be the center of a lot of things. Everyone from
this
Ledford.
was
What about Mirandel Veselo?
asking yourself.
Bitch. Thank you for your information, Lady Hartford. That will be all.
Please keep that information about that lord close to your chest for now.
I must report to
If
my
any
king.
word gets out around, it's at least speak with Gavis about it.
King Gavis, my lady.
King Gavis, my apologies. And
I'm not exactly going to go gossip about it at the tavern, but it will be reported to my king. You have served this country well, Lady Hartford. I'm not likely to forget that. You're dismissed for now.
understood.
Warden, we have answers to get.
We do. All that was taken from Thessalos' possessions were these.
He will display them on the bench here, being parchment, quill, ink, his coin purse, and 2 stones. One seems to be spherical, very polished, and one's more oval shaped. But that is it.
This is all that he had.
Keep those under lock and key. The rest of you come with me.
Of course.
So did that information prove fruitful?
Very much so. Alarmingly so.
It's sad. It's sad as suspicions are led up to this.
I would like to help Melissa, but I can understand if you wish to keep the information private.
For the most part, it must remain private. However, I will be bringing this up with King Gavis today, as he must know. These kinds of things cannot happen just under his nose.
Yes, sir.
Bring this one up.
Hello, sir.
What is your name, son?
Farron Middenfall.
Farron Middenfall. What is your job of the scribery?
I'm an assistant scribe working under, more directly, Miss Lady Hartford.
An assistant scribe working under Lady Hartford. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your last name seems familiar to me. Mildenhall. Why?
Oh, no. It's a common misconception. Not Milden. Middenfall.
Middenfall.
My father. Yes, I'm no.
The door to your right creaks open, and in comes the gravedigger.
Hold that thought. Gravedigger, a question for you.
Aye.
It would seem that somebody has been dumping off some sort of missives in your graveyard. Is there anyone you've seen that frequents the night, or at some point when the lights are out, coming around and sneaking around the graveyard?
Only once I have seen a group that was with boots, but I haven't ever seen, and it's been like a month from them. But there is plenty of people that come early morning.
Another question. Is there anyone that you've seen that leaves flowers on the very top of the graves? Not on the graves as is customary, but left on top of the stone itself?
That's a very specific thing, but... Yes. There's a maiden that visits the tavern's keeper's grave.
Who is this individual?
Maiden.
I never knew her name.
What did they look like?
He has like slightly dark skin, red hair, and I don't know, she has a weird accent.
Do we know anyone that looks like this?
That's Quinn, sir.
The fucking
Quinn.
bar wench.
Yes.
Excellently done, Gravedigger. Thank you. Give him a silver on his way out. You're free to go.
Thank you, Dame.
You were saying about your last name.
Oh, I guess no. I'm not a noble. Midden fault. My father was a soldier. I've lived in Adwick all my life. I'm not from the west.
Middenfall. The name is still familiar. You say your father was a soldier. Where did he serve?
Yeah. I don't really know the specifics, but we last. They told us he died fighting in the east.
Was it during the initial invasion?
Yes, sir. My mother and I, well, that was the last we had heard.
Nat 20, that last piece of information clicks it all into place for you. You know the name.
I knew your father. Knew him well, actually. Led some of the officer retinues. He was not an officer himself, but he led the retinues protecting the officers. He was a good man. He was on the fronts the entire time. I believe he was operating at the time in replacement of a lost officer for Lord Godfrey. Probably why he met his end. Godfrey was the last one to leave. No doubt he fought valiantly. You have my condolences.
Thank you. I miss him dreadfully.
Back to my questions. You work at the scribery as an assistant scribe under Lady Harford. What can you tell me of the actions of Mirandel Thessalor? Is there anything he does that looks out of the norm for a scribe? Does he let strange people in and out? What does he do all day?
Well, usually he's actually, well, not too often in the scribery. He walks around town with his guards quite a lot. More so than I might think would be usual, but he did bring us some pie this morning after an absence for about a day. I don't really know what that but that was about. Was rather nice. That's off topic. Anyway, he Quinn, actually the barmaid, he had brought her in as a scribe rather quickly. And had her researching, I think she said, sweet potatoes or harvesting things. I don't know the specifics, just what I had heard her speaking to Christos about in the tavern.
Has he done anything that you think is strange or unlike or unbecoming of his position? Anything that made you raise an eyebrow and wonder what he was up to?
Well, honestly, I didn't spend too much time with him. He always seemed rather busy. I know the other scribes and Lady Hartford did not hold him necessarily in high regard behind closed doors, but nothing specific other than prolonged absences from within the walls.
I see. Well then, Farron, if there's nothing else you can offer me, you are free to go.
I think that's everything.
You also seem to be a
you.
strapping lad and good health. If you ever think about joining, let me know.
I said. I thought about it. And perhaps that's where I best be utilized.
Perhaps so.
Thank you again.
Gets close.
Warden,
So,
go ahead.
Miss Quinn was researching food. Convenient.
Convenient considering from that research, or whatever it is the cover was, on that information was how much food Adwa currently has, and how long the granaries would last under a siege. Do me a favor, Warden, bring the 2 soldiers that serve as scribe guards.
Of course.
So, may I talk to you for a second?
I'm listening.
I assumed Miss Quinn had gone through the proper channels to be hired there. I will admit that she didn't bring anything to me, but she had asked if she came to me with information on sieges and whatnot, if I would be able to help her. I did think it odd that she would be able to have access to that just working there. But she assured me she had gone through the proper channels with Mirandel.
Son of a bitch. They probably know that we've taken all of our siege equipment and put them on the front lines right before we promptly lost our fucking castles. They'll know that Adwick is no counter-siege equipment. Not yet. Fuck. Alright.
She never directly came to me with anything.
Name and rank.
Corporal Jensen, Center Jensen.
Private Richard Matthews, sir.
How long have you both been stationed at the scribery under the magistrate's orders?
About 10 days, sir.
Who did
I
you
would say about
replace?
anywhere between 1 and 2 months.
I'm not sure who I replaced. But we were also working alongside Corporal Reeves.
And
a few
where is-
others on the night shifts.
Where is this Corporal Reeves?
I don't know.
You don't know. I'm going to be very honest with you soldiers, both of you, and I want you to listen to me very, very fucking carefully. I am your only lifeline right now. At the very moment you are complicit with aiding an Imperial spy. Now, perhaps you haven't, perhaps you have. And the best way I can get to the bottom of this is that you cooperate and tell me everything that you know from start to finish. Now I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and the officers and myself will judge whether or not you are guilty. So, it will behoove of you to tell me everything.
Yes.
It's Captain.
Commander.
3.
Now, in regards to Mirandel Thessalo, would you say that he brings people in and out of the scribery that don't belong there?
Oh, he brought in various guests quite often. Some of them were of questionable nature. But they all seemed to have valuable purposes, such as he would speak to people from the village about food production, or others about acquiring different materials for the defenses of the castle.
If I may, what made them questionable?
Oh, well, I mean, for example, people from the bar frequently, or mercenary-looking types, or the messenger very often.
I see.
I'm not really sure of their conversations because he never had us stand in there. He always told us to wait outside.
Really? Nobody should be
I did
going
stand in on a couple of meetings for his safety.
Nobody should be going into
Wait,
the
so you're
backs of the
saying that
scriberies.
he would have conversations even with these questionables or anyone else with no god presence?
Well, we would take their weapons. And if they refused to give us their weapons, then we would stand in on the meetings.
Has this always been the protocol?
Oh, well, I'm not
About
sure.
the
Ever since
past
I
month,
started
as
working
far
there.
as the weapons go.
So something new then.
The meetings that I did stand in on, though, were all about materials or defenses or food or whatnot for the siege.
What are your duties at the archive, soldier? Is it not to protect the archives and the head scholars?
As it is.
How many times did scribe, or I should say head scholar Mirandel, take you outside the walls?
Well, we would usually make about a trip a day or so, acquiring various potions. Some that he used on Gortamin, actually, after the spider attack. One of the potions that he acquired outside the city walls he used to save a soldier who got poisoned by a spider. And then there was going to the village to check on the crops when he didn't get the information himself. He wanted to look into what would save the sweet potatoes and whatnot. He was often looking for Maya, who's doing a lot of the farming stuff in the village. And, well, always out looking for information.
Wherever any
There
of
was a
these
few
outings
times-
outside the walls strange, go ahead.
There's been a few times where he's had conversations with people and I would have to stand far away. One of the times I questioned him what the conversation was in regards to, he gave me some excuse, but I could tell he wasn't telling me the at least full truth.
Oh, sometimes he took to ladies.
Has he ever ordered you to do anything questionable or outside of your duties?
No, Commander.
Not that I know of.
In fact, when we went out to look for giant spiders for more I guess, ingredients for anti-poisons or whatnot, he, in fact, told us that it was not our job to fight giant spiders, and so we headed back to the city instead of engaging. But the one time that one of them engaged us, he was the first to run in to protect a civilian, and we followed suit.
Who was on duty last night inside of the scribery?
Yesterday and last night, I do not know, Commander. I had just pulled basically a triple shift, night, day, and night again, and it was my time off.
And I unfortunately was sick, so I haven't been here in the past couple days as well. I just came back today.
So no one was at the scribery last night. When somebody went in, somebody went into the rears of the archives, stole books, and left.
I did see the mess in Mirandel's office, and when I questioned him about it, the only thing he asked me was if I've seen Quinn.
Very well. You both are to turn in your weapons and your armor. You are still suspects, but you will not be held in the dungeon. Go about your day.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Commander.
If you want to pick him off out there.
In the barracks, go. See to it they get it done first and then come back.
Yes.
Either they're covering for Thessalor, or he has done well to cover his own tracks. Your thoughts, Trent?
I find it very strange that he would make sure that his guards were never nearby Or any sort of conversations that didn't seem mundane, or things about a siege, things that he would be expected of. And that this god here could clearly see through a lie when he asked why he could not listen.
Every scribe I've ever spoken to has cared about their duties and nothing else. Thessalor behaves like this duty is the last on his list, and he's there for another reason. Captain Horst, take the scribes, question them, and then send them on their way. Take the lieutenant with you.
Liliana, I'll get this when you get that. Step back.
Can I give this back to Master Thessalor?
Go ahead.
What is it?
It's his cloak. He allowed me to rest on it. The surface is too hard.
As I said, no. Get out.
With me.
I'll pick it up from you later.
Hold here.
Just hold on.
Go with them, soldier. We've just gotten finished turning the scribery upside down, along with the archives. Couple interesting things you have hidden away, Thessalor. We'll have plenty of questions for you soon. I hope you know what you're going to say.
Things like what?
You'll find out soon enough. Some of the more important things pressing on my mind that are not unknown or strange to me is on your bookshelves on either sides of your desk. Missives, half written or hurriedly written. Numbers of troops remaining at Adwick, who is on patrol during the day or night, how much food is left inside of the city in case of a siege, the fact that we have no siege equipment here at the capital itself. Reports on every single person from Ledford, including dossiers on every last person there. And apparently an interest in what has come to my attention now is some sort of exiled lord of Gewin that has been under my nose here in this city.
Commander Osgood, if you found anything like that, it was not left by me. Have you checked the handwriting?
We have looked all at it, and it is being poured over now. On top of this, the captain was very kind to inform me that you were fully aware of this plan to sow all sorts of chaos inside of the city. Not only did you know nothing about it, but apparently you even goaded Horst about it. Or Dario, one or the other. There's also a brass skull pin that was found inside of your office. Don't worry, Thessalor. We'll get to the bottom of this real soon. You wait here.
I sincerely hope that you do.
The Crown is going to have to hear about this. This is a breach in security that even goes above me. I'll be sending Dorst down here. I will be back.
Understood, Commander. I will remain here.
Alright, I got some big stuff going on. I need 4 guards down in the dungeon, and I need Auditor Dorst. You're going to be starting your bit. If you're an NPC who's not doing anything currently, I need you in the spawn room for something big. Need as many bodies as I can get, please.
What do you need us as?
I'm willing to lend a hand wherever I'm needed.
Need more folks.
Yo.
Yes, it's me. Auditor Dorst, Hobbit Edition.
Let's go, folks. I need a few more.
Auditor Dorst.
I have 2 bodies on the way.
Hobbiter Dorst. Hobbiter Dorst, yes.
Dwarston.
Hobbiter Dorst.
Oh. Hobbitor Dorst.
Hobbiter.
The shortest auditor in history.
By the way,
Alright. If you are here... Hey, if you are here, I need you in the same VC as me in the Discord. Do so now, please. Reminder, listen to me now. In the dungeons, if anything that we had gone over earlier is a phobia of yours, leave now. If anything that we have gone over in episode planning where I put the phobia warning, if you have a problem with that, don't want to be around it, leave now. Okay. How many people do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. Everybody who's here, I need to be a guardsman or woman.
Yo, there's another one here. I literally just got back.
Go ahead and turn to a guard.
Yep, I got that part. I'm going to do my damnedest to hold back on this.
Do we need any equipment?
You will have your shields out, yes. Everyone that is over here, I need to be a royal guard.
Thanks, man. What's to ask? Yep, but I'm kind of lazy.
Everybody be attentive.
Understood.
You will be coming from the Noble Quarter right now with Silhouette and Kewen. You will be with Auditor Dorst. The rest of you will be outside the barracks, so please go outside the barracks. You may go with them, and as soon as you get there, start coming down.
Understood.
And then we'll be going into that next scene.
Yep.
I swear, if he emerges with a bill hook.
No, it's just a dagger. I just needed something down there. I really want tongs, but alright. We're spawning Noble. You guys ready? We're going Noble. Here we go.
Soldiers.
Commander. Aye, sir. Commander.
Come over here in front of the barracks in line. Just shift your line over. Now, there is a lot of ground to cover. But the things that have become apparent to us, this investigation will have to be thorough. Every last suspect needs to be questioned in their totality. And there cannot, and I mean it, cannot be anything that is allowed to fall through the cracks. We have a meeting. Stand against the barracks. I believe the auditor is here for myself. Over here, you lot. Royal Guards, begin your approach.
Commander.
Auditor, I did not know you would respond so quickly.
Well, Commander, it is a matter that commands my immediate attention. Something as severe as this, as you can imagine.
It is beyond severe, I'm afraid. The information I've come across is a bit more, worrisome. Between people of interest here in the city that have been under our fucking noses this entire time. Two problems within the castle itself.
I only hope, Commander, that after I am able to learn what our prisoner knows, that it will be of some value beyond whatever keeping him alive may offer.
For now, as the law dictates, what you must do is keep him alive. He does not die. Not until questions can be
Synchronized tight boots strike the ground to your left. Coming from the corner. Don't worry, Commander. You do your job. I'll do mine.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
Commander Osgood, we're here to take custody of the scholar.
Take custody of the scholar? No, I think not. He is under investigation. He is under investigation by order of the Crown. I am the commander of all forces here in Castle Adwick. I do not care what you think your commands are, nor what Lord Falgrith has said. The Crown is the Crown. You will stand down and return back to the King. If he gives the order, I will stand down. But if you try to enter these barracks, we will spill blood.
Very well then, Commander Osgood.
Remember's cover, you want to bet they're all in Falconer's pocket.
I bet my life on it. Continue about your duties for the rest of the day. Return to your posts. Free to go.
Commander.
Yes, Commander.
Just had some royal guards come down here and pull their blades. Tried to demand entry. I made it clear I'd spill their blood if they tried. They came here for this.
Do you want to put more men at this? You want to put more men outside? At the scribery?
You two remain here.
Right, sir.
If anything like that happens again, you send a runner down to the dungeon. I will mobilize the entire guard if I have to.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We do have a little info to share with you.
Indeed.
No one comes in or out.
Those two scribes didn't have a lot of information, but they did share a little. They've told us some of the people who have been visiting. Two elves. One's the boya in town. Lethel, I believe her name is. And the other one was the one we interrogated the other night. The one with the T. I forget her name.
That's Lethel.
Cade was one. The courier Cade was one of them.
They've mentioned seeing both Baylor the butcher and On the blacksmith going in there as well.
Many of the Tritons as well.
And all the Tritons.
He's got everyone going fucking in and out. Alright. Continue with your duties. I will have to tend to Thessalor. Go ahead and stay down there, keep an eye on things. But once in a while I'll need you up here and make sure the Royal Guards aren't trying to pull something. They have no jurisdiction here. None!
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Incorrect. There are 4 fingers, Thessalor. 4 fingers on your right hand. So you do want me to be semantic then? Or pedantic? Listen carefully.
Do you still need us?
This is the first of my questions. What was your role
You can go do
at the
whatever for
town
now.
called Ledford? What did you do?
I was scribe to Lord Gavis at the time, and yeoman.
I see. And these rumors and reports that I have heard, Thessalor, about you dooming the entire town? What's that about?
Bruns, quick question when you're free.
You of all people
Plop
know
down.
sacrifice is an important thing in keeping a country together.
What is
The
it?
advisor understood that as well.
The tools that Arn managed to salvage from the forge, did he leave those in the house?
No, he sold them.
Oh, he did? Okay.
I have to say.
Yeah, he sold them so he could make that trip.
To what? That the
Okay, thanks for
advisor
letting me
was
know.
complicit in what I just mentioned? You answered
Any
the
other
questions
remaining
directly, Thessalor.
tools?
So
Scoreroom
please,
has them.
I will give you another chance.
Okay. Thank you.
Explain your role at Ledford as it concerns these stories and rumors of how Mirandel Thessalor somehow led Ledford to its doom, or so I've been told.
And the only reason any of them are alive, they would have all been dead, flayed by the Imperials by now.
Oh, really?
But if you want to know, I was to collect things to ensure that Gavis escaped.
What
On
things?
that I will elaborate no further.
Oh, we're going to elaborate no further. Wardens, get the tongs. Oh,
Very
you will
well.
elaborate, Thessalor. You will elaborate as much as I want you to. Do you understand? Do you see this?
I do.
Thessalor?
It's a rather short blade.
The number of people who want you dead in this city does not include me right now. Imagine that, Thessalor. That I am one of the only people in this entire castle who can keep you alive right now. Is that so baffling to understand? What things were you asked to collect at Ledford? And by who specifically?
Rock. By the foot.
What kind of rock?
Square rock.
Thessalor, you can decide the number of pieces
Captains.
that you leave this cell in, or whether you leave it at all.
Royal
Do
guards
we
just
have
tried to
a
force their
Tongs or
way into the
Caliper spawn
barracks.
on the map
Commander Osgood and the soldiers there drew their blades, but they were here to take Mirandel Thessalor. He made it clear unless the order came from the king himself, he would not turn him over. The royal guards returned to the castle post-haste.
Get more men upstairs, they might try again.
Sir.
I did.
What were you asked to collect specifically? I want a specific answer.
You'll kill me anyway.
You can live, Thessalor. You can live. Thessalor, do you
For how
know what
much
happened
longer?
to Do you know what happened to Dario, Thessalor? Do you know what happened?
Imagine he was executed.
No, Mirandel. I vouch for him, Mirandel.
Lone, have him stripped of his scholarly clothing. He has a shirtless model. Just strip him of his
You said you
cloak.
trust Fulgrith, right? Why don't you
I
ask
respect
him
Fulgrith.
yourself?
Perhaps I
Respect
will.
him.
Only after I know what you know. Now. I want a specific answer, Mirandel. Final question. What did the advisor apparently instruct you to collect, specifically at Ledford? And of what importance was it?
They weren't rocks. They were tablets. They were important in learning how to find a way for Gavis to escape.
I see. What was the nature of these tablets, and what was the nature of, at the time, Prince Gavis's escape? It was quite miraculous. And of course, you seem to have escaped as well, Thessalor. What was the nature of that, precisely?
Okay, good. Open the door and step in as the warden so that Barnes can get in there.
Excuse me, what?
They were...
Grabs your hair, pulls back.
What was the question again? Wait.
Tearing your clothes off. Take off these robes, Mirandel!
The scholarly robes are cut down the
Take
center
them
and
off.
fall down the shoulders, exposing chest.
When it is needed, Auditor.
Thank you, Warden. I appreciate it.
Sitting on the bars
While
are
you're there, Warden,
tongs that
please.
are white hot.
Oh, good. They're already hot. No, I see you, Warden. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just...
Thessalor, answer the question. I need the exact nature of these tablets now. Or would you like, I see you're well scarred already. Perhaps I should add to the tapestry. My own artistry.
As he asks these questions, your eyes lock onto the tongs in front of you as they move in a circular motion while the auditor is speaking. They crackle with heat, and you see that they are white hot, and you know that it will instantly burn flesh it touches.
It was... They were ancient artifacts. They allowed storing of... You're not even going to believe me. They were... important in order to...
The metal touches against skin and burns, inflicting more pain than anything else.
What were they storing, Thessalor? If you're not going to answer, Thessalor, let's try another question. How many fingers on your right hand right now?
4,
That's
Officer
right,
Dost.
Ah, 4! That's good! That's a good answer, Thessalor! Amazing! Now that you can answer one question correctly, let's try the next one. The same one. Or maybe a different one. Where are the scholars that are missing from Adwick right now?
I do not know. They were relocated sometime in last month.
And? You said before,
I do not know their
Mirandel,
current whereabouts.
in the magistrate's office that they had gone west. And do you know what that tells me, Mirandel? You said west before, and now you say you don't know. You're hiding
I know
something,
generally
Mirandel.
that they... Stop, enough! They headed west. I don't know what for, Auditor.
Your eyes
Where
water
are they
from
now?
the pain that radiates down your cheek. You wince, unsure if the eyes are half closing because of your hatred of the human in front of you or the pain in your cheek.
Well, Thessalon, am I going to get a real answer or not? We can keep this going as long as you like.
As far as I know, they left for some sort of summit. I don't know.
A what? A summit?
Some sort of summit, collaboration with some noblemen or something, I don't know.
What noblemen?
I don't know, Auditor Dost.
I think you do. This can keep going, Thessalon. Let's try another question then, since you seem reticent for this. Pedantic as always. What in the world were you doing in Warden, did you hear that? A portal?
Portals.
Dost, enough! I told you to question him, not tear him apart.
He's still in all his pieces, Commander. He seems fine to me.
Enough.
One last thing. One question more.
One.
Very well. Miranda, I said before, you were to speak only truths. You've still provided so many obfuscations and partial answers, Thessalor. We'll start with the first question and see if you can get it right one more time. How many fingers on your right hand?
4.
Yes, Thessalor. All right. Off your ring finger. Pulls it off with the tongs. Yes, Thessalor, look, you're right all of a sudden. You're right, it is 4. It is 4, Thessalor.
Still not
Remember,
too well.
Mirandel, I'm the only one who can save you. He's not going to. I'm about to commit you to these men, Thessalor. They want to execute you. It can all end. I can speak on your behalf, Thessalor. It worked for Dario. I was able to save his life, Thessalor. I can save you. Just tell me.
Enough!
Very well, Commander. I leave him to your care. He is, loosened up a little bit?
I've spoken to the magistrate. Whatever evidence that I've brought before him is quite damning. But the handwriting on these notes do not match the handwriting of Mirandel Thessalor. They do, however, match the barmaid, Quinn, or whatever his name was. Not only do they match what was found inside of his office, but it matches the dead drop that we found in the graveyard. It would seem that our Imperial spy was indeed this bar whore. However, Mirandel Thessalor has shown nothing but gross negligence of his tasks and his rank, and what is expected of him as a scholar. And by the magistrate's command, he will be stripped of his titles, torn from the scribery, and he will be thrown out onto the streets after he relieves 10 lashings. Warden, bring him upstairs.
What?
Aye, that
Commander,
is the
you can't be
magistrate.
serious. He needs to die. He knows too much.
That is the magistrate's command, and we follow the law, Dost.
The law. This man is a traitor to this city. He has been complicit with spies. We still don't even know a fraction of what he does. There is more to glean here, Osgood.
And we will glean over time. And
you're going to let him run free?
You're not going to pull anything out of him. Whatever you've done, Fulgrith has done much worse to him. Look at him, he's fucking shattered. You're not going to get anything out of him this tray. Warden, bring him up for his lashings. Captain, see to it it's done. Get a soldier line in front of the gallows. Once he's done, throw him onto the pavement.
You've heard him, Lieutenant. And get the men ready.
Auditor, whatever it is you did find out, I want a full report, and I have something to tell you as well. As I'm sure you heard, the Royal Guards tried to come down here and force their way in.
What?
The castle's involved. I'll tell you later, Warden. Get these soldiers up here, don't stand around. I need them to make sure that those bastards from the castle don't try to interfere.
You heard him, lads. Let's...
Every single soldier. Both of you, please.
Go. The auditor will be safe with Osgood.
I understand. I know. But wherever it is that he knows the enemy already does, I read the dead drops. They know about these archways. They know about the ways that we're trying to use them. They know that there are nobles here that know of it.
But if the power can be used, harnessed, can it be weaponized? He knows these things about these strange forces.
Thinking of that thought.
The very...
Thinking of that thought. Ask yourself the same question. Who has been using him to try and get these answers? And who put him in the position that he's in? And now that he's in that position, where did all the other scholars go?
If his testimony was to be believed, and I asked him, somewhere west to a summit. And the person who he was serving was a man I have deeply respected for my entire career. And I would be loath to act against him.
He seems to have his own way
Although,
of doing things. And I do not know if it serves the crown.
Indeed. Well, Commander, if the inference from Thessalor's testimony and everything else I've heard is to be put together, it may be the only reason that King Gavus is alive and lived through his time as prince.
Let me ask you a question, Gerard. Who is King of Ireland?
The man who pulls the strings, Osgood, of course.
Those strings must be cut.
You want to wait for the lashings for the commander to be present, or just to take out now?
This country will not survive while there is Division among the ranks between the nobility and the crown, Auditor.
Indeed.
Whatever game this Lord Fulgrith is playing, it must be uncovered.
I can't say that I understand it, Osgood, but it's becoming more complicated with every fact we uncover.
I heard that there was a decision reached today with the Imperials at the state capital. I don't know what it was.
Truly.
I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. I also heard
I tried to butter up that liaison last night. Hmm?
I also heard a whisper that you must keep to yourself.
Very well.
I received reports that Godfrey marched west with his personal retinue. With 100 men, but 800 left the capital.
Truly. Where did the others go?
700 went down the south road with his son, and they looped back up around and headed to Ambershire.
What?
I think he's about to go on the offensive.
Why? No. That's open treason!
I know that's what it is, but we cannot do anything
They'll
about
be
it.
flying our Orlandi colors. Our men will never know. They'll think he's friendly. Do they have any news of what just happened at the Capitol? Has anyone even told? What was his name? Rallard? Has anybody told Merrigan?
Ravens left this morning, but I don't think they'll arrive in time.
No. Can we... We've got to get word. We've got to do something.
I don't know what can be done, Auditor. We don't have anyone left. The entire north is held by House Godfrey's men.
He'll wipe us out in the field. It'll be over. There'll be nothing left but Adwick if he... Oh, gods. We weren't fast enough, Osgood. If we had known this weeks prior...
There is hope. But even so, it's going to be a vast mistake if it's not handled properly. It is possible from Lord Godfrey's actions that it was for sure for the envoys.
My gods. Quite a...
That what he's doing is quietly garrisoning Ambershire and is looking to push through the siege lines and reconnect with Lionhall. That is the only
What a
thing that makes
canvas.
sense. If he is wrong, 800 men won't be enough. But we know that companies were pulled off the front line to pursue a dryad that was somewhere in Elry.
I heard whispers. I had heard whispers from my sources, people I had asked about some Deathlore being involved with some dryad or dark dryad or something.
There's a lot more connections here than we know about, but it's starting to slowly line up. Either we're about to lose Ambershire and Godfrey is going to declare war, or he's about to pull off one of the most risky bandits I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, Osgood. It would seem that the dice have been cast, and Adwick's fate is about to be decided.
We will see soon enough.
Commander, my attention. Attention.
Warden,
Private. Good.
you'll be the one to count. $15, not 10.
Understood, Commander.
The Magistrate has changed his
Keep laughing, Desolor. 100 isn't enough.
I see.
Be aware, people of Adwick. that the only thing that separates us from barbarians and bandits and brigands is that we follow the law. When one breaks the law, they must suffer, so that they may learn from their mistakes rather than just be put to the blade. When you are given a position of power, of knowledge, especially in service to the crown, it is expected that you are to uphold your position with honesty, integrity, and responsibility. Mirandel Thessalor has done none of these things. The archives were breached by the enemy, where precious information has been taken by the Empire itself. This is not to sow panic. This is not to create a mob. The justice is being done now. So if you try anything afterwards, you will be tried by the law. The point of this is every last person that's here, you must uphold your work and your job with responsibility, lest others suffer for your mistakes. Warden, 15 lashes, beginning now. Understand that if the law is not upheld, and that those who are in power are not held to a degree, that they believe that they can break the law, be they noble, be they commoner, the entirety of this city will break down. The only thing that keeps us together and on our feet is an understanding that outside these walls there is an enemy that does not care about the shape of your ears, that does not care about where you come from. They will burn you because of the people you stand next to, because you're not monsters. For a foundation like ours to be stood upon, you must be able to support and protect those next to you, especially if you have access to all of the knowledge of your bloody country. Let this be a lesson in reconciliation. Let this be an understanding that you must be careful if you are in a position to protect and serve. If you're granted knowledge that could benefit the enemy, it must be safeguarded. And if you abuse your position of power, if you use it for self-gains, or for any corrupt lords that may be lording about in the castle, the law will find you and you will pay. Release the prisoner into the streets. He has paid for his crimes. Let it be known that Mirandel Thessalor has been stripped of his rank. He is no longer head scholar or a scholar of Edwick. He is a commoner with absolutely no responsibility to the crown any longer. Disperse. Return to your posts.
An unconscious Mirandel Thessalor is thrown to the ground. Unceremoniously
Get the
left
surgeon and bring him here.
Punishment has been carried out. You may go upon your day.
Please. Return to your posts. What is it?
May I speak with you in private? I have some information that might be prudent.
Hear my words before you disperse! Let it be known that the barmaid by the name of Quinn was an Imperial spy and has information that has been sent to the enemy via a dead drop in the graveyard for God's knows how long. If she is seen, she is to be reported to the guards immediately for her capture and execution. Disperse.
The trouble is
Rapid hunt.
And you should have told us more. I should have had more time. At this point, town criers seem to echo throughout.
What's your name, lad?
I'll be as brief as I can. Oh, my name is Kyla, so I'm the blacksmith apprentice.
The blacksmith's apprentice.
Yes, sir.
Are you from Ledford as well?
I was, sir. Yes.
How much do you know about this blacksmith?
As much as I
Before
can,
he
I guess,
became a
not.
blacksmith.
Not a whole lot. He's been pretty tight-lipped about it, if I'm honest.
Your words could mean his life or death.
Why? What's going on?
If you know something about this man, about what he is outside of a blacksmith, then I need to know.
I know he has a past. He doesn't talk too much about it, but he seems to be more... That's terrifying. He does seem to be a little more than what he lets on to be.
And you know nothing else?
Nothing else that's... I feel comfortable sharing, at least.
What did you need to tell me?
I was out of the city heading north, not 2 days ago. During the night, we noticed there's a lot of footprints, foot traffic, armored, heading towards Ambershire. As we hit the crossroads, we fought there. Sorry, I'm a little nervous with everyone here.
You're all right. Start from the beginning. You noticed
I'll
what?
ask you, Giga, you here?
What is it?
Sorry.
Do we
We
have
saw some
aftershock
peasants, and we
investigations
stopped to
for
ask
people
them
that
what they
weren't
saw.
associated with,
Apparently,
like the barman
a group
and,
of Arlandi troops led by a young blonde person.
At this time,
was heading to
I'm
Ambershire,
unaware, but it's
which
probably
seemed
not out of the
weird to me,
question.
considering
Okay, let's step to another channel and plan that out.
everyone had left recently, saying they were going
young
west and
blonde
not north.
man leading Aralandi troops to
That's what
Ambershire.
I heard. Apparently so.
And it is confirmed. Blast them, man. Anything else you need to tell me, Kyla?
No, sir. Nothing at the moment, at least. I was going to ask what came of the envoys that came from the Empire. A lot of people are nervous, so I was wondering if we could set aside...
I'm sure you know
people
that
at
I
ease.
can't say anything about that, my boy. That is grain business. However, they should be leaving
That's
either
fine.
today or tomorrow.
Sure.
It was Kyla,
trying to
right?
put people at ease.
You were the blacksmith's apprentice, yes?
Sorry. You're gonna have to say that again. My head's...
Yes,
beating really
your
today.
name was Kyler, and you were the blacksmith's apprentice, yes? Is that right? I know we
Yes, all
spoke
of it
several
was.
times. Yes. Where is the blacksmith right now, Kyler? I just wanted to ask, because I know the forge is soon to be finished.
It's to be finished at the end of the day. I think he took a trip up to Silverreach. That's actually why we're heading north. To see if we could find him. He's been a couple of days and he hasn't returned yet.
I see.
I'm just a little worried.
And, last I heard, Kyler, that girl you were with, the drow, she was
ran screaming out of the gate about something, ranting and raving that she was going to burn the city to the ground or something. Whatever happened to her?
Let me see. Everything kind of moved very quickly after you mutilated her and cut her ear off.
Humble.
Yeah, she just left Adwick. Not sure where she was going.
I thought it had been a little quieter in those days since. I just wondered, that's all.
Have you decided to speak in regards to the questions I asked you? I'll say again, it could determine someone's life or death. If you need me, I will be in these barracks.
Of course.
Thank you for your information.
Sir. Auditor.
Silverreach? Really? Something's not adding up, isn't it?
Do you know who this man is, this blacksmith?
Not particularly, although I've had some dealings with him. He has quite an interesting countenance about him for a humble blacksmith.
He is no blacksmith. I just finished having a conversation with Lady Hartford of House Hartford. The information she gave me was startling. I did not believe it at first, but it makes sense. She came in here after I originally was questioning her in regards to things taking place with Thessalor. This blacksmith, Dorst, is, if the Hartford girl is to be believed, the last remaining lord of Gewin.
I find that hard to believe, Oscar.
I did as well. Except the way the man carries himself is very strange for a blacksmith. The way he speaks, the way others had followed him here to make his reports. And he has men who hang around him quite often.
I remember chiding him. He went to Ambershire, to the front line, at some Iron Wolf order or some such, and fought, apparently. He came back. I chided him for going off of the job.
Blacksmith go on a freelance.
You're asking me? I practically I threatened to seize the smithery back when it was standing, of course, if he didn't stay on the job. But it did strike me as odd that he would...
What?
He went to Ambershire.
Yes.
I
about
heard
2 weeks ago.
rumors of things from Ambershire on the walls that a lord was protecting them. A lord of Gewin.
No.
The Lord of Gewin was rumored to be at Ambershire. Is that what you're saying to me?
Defending Ambershire from the Empire, yes. I thought nothing of it. Murmurings. But from what Hartford has said, and if it is this blacksmith, and he went to Ambershire with the wolves.
In my line of work, Osgood, as much as I've done to audit people, I can tell you this much. For every lie, there's a grain of truth. And for every rumor, there is also a grain of truth.
Well, then let me provide you with even more of a headache. Apparently he came here with a purpose, from what the Lady Hartford said. He's not just a refugee. If what I was told is to be believed, he fled Gewin with King Renel's son.
What?
Aye. Lady Hartford said that the King of Gewin's last remaining heir is here in Ireland.
Truly. That sounds... It's practically a storybook. You're telling me that, what, this lord... this lord, what, apparently absconded out of Gewin with, what, the heir? Why isn't...
all that she had said to me.
Interesting.
However,
I will go ahead and tell you, Commander, that Hartford was also the one who keyed me in on many of Thessalor's dealings with Ledford and similar. He apparently had made some disclosures to her during her time at the scribery. I imagine if Thessalor's pattern is to hold true, well, he apparently has a thing for young girls. As he worked with Quinn so closely, I imagine Hartford must have pried something from him with her charms. One way or another.
The last part of this information, if it's to be believed, is the most alarming yet. I don't think he came here alone, for the simple reason that Miss Hartford said this. Someone betrayed them at the border. An Aralandi house.
And when was their crossing?
About 20 years ago, some such.
20 years, that would be... right before the unification? Or...
It would be after.
No.
Almost 17 years after the unification. But what I don't understand is we know very well that any houses that we would consider to be, maybe a little less loyal would be in the west. They were the last ones to stand against Aelis. The eastern houses all capitulated one at a time. Never been a problem since. Which then draws me back to what it is that we heard from the castle in the certain ledger I spoke to you about. With all
yes,
those
the Eastern nobles were the only ones. Those who were presumably loyal.
I was not sure if the auditor was aware yet, so I was holding my tongue. We are good.
Oh.
My brother came down to hand me his ledger, as the commander has said. 30-odd people gone in a night, the night of the attack on the king. While he was out patrolling the halls.
He was put out in the halls, and by the time he came back at the end of the night,
business
all of the dungeon was empty.
You don't seem to think that the attack was a cover for this. Whatever happened in the prisons?
I don't know. I'll tell you, they got right outside the throne room. They almost reached King Gowers.
Got outside Osgood or permitted to?
From what I was told, what they did was absolutely insane. They climbed over the walls with ropes in the dead of night over by the church. And then they climbed up the wall to the top tower of the spire on top of the castle and entered through a balcony there. Warhammers destroyed the door. Because the door is not ground level, it was ornamental and could not hold. Then they poured in.
I see.
Servants of Ashen and Inquisitor.
Ah, the Inquisition. And the shock troops.
So even if it was some cover, they were serious if they were going to get to the king regardless then.
Truly,
While
quite
that,
effective.
Inquisitor and servants for prisoners.
Several royal guards were killed by night killers as well.
If the attack wasn't a cover, perhaps it was just used as one because someone had knowledge of it.
That is my line of thought. But I don't know why. For what reason
Who
would there
would
be
know?
nobles from the eastern houses imprisoned at the capital? They've all been loyal. There's only one house that was in question. But even then...
Who would even have the power to do such a thing and keep it as discreet as it was for so long? It's quite a short list.
Very. A very short list.
So many things are pointing to Falgrith. He will have the ability, just as we said before, or... It could have even been Gavus himself at the behest of Falgrith if he had sown enough dissent in Gavus's own mind for his own ends.
That's borderline.
He could be pulling a lot of strings.
Careful.
Wow. At this point, Osgood, someone's a snake! The only thing we want to be careful with is we don't cut the head off the wrong one.
This is a nest of vipers. But one of these snakes is bad for us. I don't know who. My eyes are on Falgrith. But I don't know if that's the whole picture.
Osgood, my entire career, that man has done nothing but... He is one of the most effective people I know.
I know, it doesn't
Falgrith
make
is
sense.
Practical.
But everything that he does is so underhanded, Dost.
Falgrith? Osgood, in my line of work, sometimes that is necessary. Just as you saw with Dario, sometimes these kingdoms need men who can get things done. And doing what is just, or good, or right, doesn't always mean... Well, it doesn't always mean you have to play nice, or that you can play nice. I know that's difficult, morally compromising sometimes, but neither are our enemies.
You don't need
and
to
so
tell
we must
me
respond
that,
in
Dost.
kind.
Do you know how I lost my eye?
I never asked.
I rode with King Aelys when he was unifying most of Ireland. Eventually we came across several warlords that were unwilling to capitulate. They had overextended Aelys's army. I was riding in the vanguard at the time, the only place I felt like being. I managed to get my horse piked, and I was fighting on foot surrounded. Eventually, unfortunately, the weight of the armor took me down along with bodies thrown on top of me, so I was captured. Aelys had to pull back from the field with the tatters of his army. I was held for several months. They were trying to get me to give up where Aelys's main base of operations was inside of the now Badaria forest. Tried to get me to tell him what the plans he had for the warlords, and they did not believe that he was just going to pull back, and they were right about that. You know that I like the truth, and I value integrity and honesty.
Indeed.
I was anything but that. Told them what they wanted to hear. Became complacent. Let them ask what they wanted, gave them answers they wanted to hear. Soon enough, they were getting close enough to give me food. And eventually, I was able to figure out which one of the bastards had the keys. So when he leaned in to tend to some of my wounds after a session of trying to get me to answer things, I waited till he got nice and close while he was looking at my eye. They dug it out because I would not tell them where Aelys had his majority of his army. I acted like I was unconscious. Bastard got close enough, trying to make sure I did not bleed out. I waited till he leaned in, and I ripped through his throat with my own teeth, till he collapsed against me and I was able to grab out the keys.
My.
You don't need to tell me that sometimes deception is what you need to make things happen. But if we do this the wrong way, if we deceive the wrong people and they find out later, it could be both of our heads. And if we're wrong about our target, or we're wrong about who it is that's pulling the strings, we're both dead men and this still becomes annexed Empire territory anyway.
Indeed. What a tangled web this has become.
Not something I enjoy. But one thing's for sure. Lord Folger has sent down royal guards to try and break Merndel Thessalor out of prison. If I did not pull my weapon along with my soldiers, they would have forced their way in.
Truly. Falgrith did that?
I think they know they will not be taking me into custody a second time.
I asked what questions I could with the time I had. Thessalor said that they were apparently filling tablets with something he would never answer. I was right there before I got the answer. But he knows, I know he knows whatever it is. Something about these...
moment on a term.
What is all this about? What's all this about?
Close to the redhead. They want to know
So
a thing or
who
two,
was
it
close
seems.
with the spy? He went to the graveyard with her. Knows about the
On
flowers.
many occasions.
You frequented the dead drop.
Went there a few times. There was no dead drop, not that I was aware of. It was during the night, and it was dangerous outside, and she was someone I cared about, so we walked there together. She dropped off a flower, and as far as I'm aware, she was like a father to her, so I was none the wiser.
Captain, Lieutenant, wait through the door to the dungeon. I'll send him through in a moment.
Also, Commander, she whispers. She presents a page with potato production. Looks like a paint parch from one of the books.
This was given to one of the villagers. From Quinn.
I would think that most of this was just a slew to try and get close to information about how much supply we had. Go on. I'll send him through in a moment. I'm going to ask you a question, Coria, and you best answer it truthfully. Are you one of the people from Ledford?
Aye, I am.
Do you know the other people from Ledford? Are you close with them, or at least know them well enough to be able to tell me about them?
Aye, I am.
Well, start talking.
Start
An
asking.
individual in particular. A blacksmith by the name of Arnulf. What was he before he was a blacksmith?
I met him as the blacksmith. And before that...
I will make it very clear that the next words you say to me will determine if the man lives or dies. Continue.
Kate, as you look him in the eye with a 19, it's very clear he knows something.
He was a lord. Back in the east. His lands were taken by the Empire when he refused to bend a knee. And his family was slaughtered.
What is his full name?
Arnulf Erdhart, I believe. Was that it?
You note that there is no look of surprise.
I'm a bit. I have been having some ale on an empty stomach to try to stop feeling. But
This Arnulf Erdard. You are saying that they are a lord of Gewin. Is that correct?
that is who he was. Yes.
Why is he here?
Because he has no lands anymore, and he wants Imperial blood.
That seems quite odd for a Lord of Gewin to retreat all the way deep into Ireland just for what? Bloodlust? If he wanted Imperial blood, Cade, well, there was many opportunities in the intervening period, yes? From when you saw him, at least. Many opportunities
Right,
at Ledford, yes?
Yes, there were lots of opportunities, and let me tell you what, we have spilled more Imperial blood than, forgive me for suggesting as much, but you may ever see. And I've developed just as much of a craving for it as of late.
Well, Cade, your fervor and bloodlust is... Go ahead.
Lord Arnulf Erdhart.
I would tell you if I knew, but I don't. We had a falling out. It was a situation that happened with the Forge, and I took the blame for it.
Why?
It was held against me. Because I was a foolish man in love, and I tried to protect someone that I loved, whose life was already in danger.
What are you implying, Cade?
I was betrayed just as much as anyone else here.
Answer
That is not an answer.
If I may, Mr. Cade, why are you taking responsibility for the Forge? Are you saying you know what happened?
There was trouble with the servants in the tavern. It was getting attacked every single night. And someone was given the idea to try to rat out the serpents by suggesting that a lot of the tavern supplies were being moved over to the forge. And it was attacked that night.
And
So
whose
you're
idea
saying that
was this?
Who suggested this?
Initially, I approached Arn, inquiring for his wisdom, to see if there was a place we could perhaps hide Christos. He was the one who was being targeted. And he said no, it was not a bad idea. But apparently upon my mention of the forge, both the tavern workers thought that, well, maybe if they,
13 for
as I said before,
disposition.
if they make mention of the forge, it might draw the attention of the serpents, and if they mentioned it to a specific certain people, it would confirm that they were indeed
This is a very
serpents.
long story for a simple answer. Whose idea was it, Mr. Shilbrook?
Shilbrook.
Who do you think? It was the spy.
Well, that was a wonderful 3-minute explanation that you could have answered with the spy.
You wanted the truth, and I have nothing to hide, so you get all of it.
Mr. Cade, I will inform you of something that you should already know. Be very careful in your answers when we ask you questions. Because, Cade, we may already know the answers, Cade. And we just want to see if you're going to obfuscate anything.
Mr. Shilbrook, you're
Have
free
I?
to continue down to the dungeons with the captain.
Thank you, Commander. If you have
Thank
any
you
more
for your
questions-
honesty.
If you have any more questions, I will answer them.
A rather large piece of the puzzle around the blacksmith and the damage to it has just now been solved.
The captain is needed outside for a moment. I'm not sure why yet.
Well, obviously, he's hiding something.
I don't know
Truthful
if he
enough, I suppose.
Man seemed a bit scatterbrained to me, but regardless of what it
He's
is that
drunk.
he said. Now, why on earth would a barmaid that turns out to be an Imperial spy want to blow up the forge?
Why else? To damage our productivity, to damage our economy, my economy!
Who works at the forge?
Arnold? This Gewin Lord?
Think. For one moment, humor me, auditor.
Very well.
Currently, right now, we are fighting a losing war. The Imperial war machine has put all of its companies on our border and then pushed and taken the east. They now congregate, building siege camps, ready to make a push. The only thing that has slowed them down is the tenacity of countrymen that have been at war for thousands of years with each other and terrain. Now, for one moment, imagine this. The rumours, back before the war began, was that Emperor Osterhaus had left his throne. Which means he's overseeing this himself. For why, I do not know. But I do know this. What happens, auditor? What comes to pass when you are at war and there is civil unrest within your territory?
Destabilization? Uprisings? Riots?
Rebellions, riots, destabilization, destruction of the economic standpoint, so on and so forth. But now continue to indulge my insanity. Take a place like Gewin that never capitulated. The lords were burned at the stake. Most of the populace was enslaved because they would not give in. And we have just found out that we have a lord of theirs and their heir.
Are you saying that they know? That the Empire knows? That they have always known? That this Arnulf was what, in Ledford, and then he was in...
He
was here?
If they know that, but I know this. Imagine, if you will, a day where a lord and his heir shows up.
Giga.
Back in Gewin. Imagine, if you will.
Yes.
Maya is looking for the
If it
workers
became
from your
common
module
knowledge.
at the farm right now.
Okay.
That was a thing. Imagine if the people of Gewin found out that their king was alive and that a lord was alive. Imagine what the populace would do if it looked like subjugation was not the only answer. You tell me what would happen to all the companies inside of Ireland.
Well, I imagine that Osterhaus would have to deal with the uprising of a man I suppose he thought was dead or gone, and this Arnulf, if it's to be believed of what Mr. Shilbrook just said, that he wants so much Imperial blood and coming back from the dead.
Bruns, am I able to walk
He
unaided?
he doesn't sound much like a ghost. He sounds like a revenant.
Slowly.
Got it.
Back for blood.
I'm
and
still
vengeance, perhaps.
Not entirely convinced, but there are things here that I cannot deny that are matching up. I will have to speak to other
There's
people.
a knocking at the door.
The door would be... fucking stupid.
Should I...
bitch.
Should I get that,
fucking
Oscar?
purple bitch tell his fucking nut-sucking ass to get in here?
Commander, I
Yes.
just wanted to let you know that I was wanting to talk to you a little later, if that's okay.
We can talk right now.
I'd prefer to talk in private, so...
Kyler,
If that's what
I
I told
have
you to
served...
come back about. He already knows.
Kyler, I have served this city my entire life, and I am loyal to Ireland to the death. I can offer you no further assurance than that in this moment.
You have to say again.
Kyler, I have served Ireland my entire life since I was 16 years old. I have been auditor of this city for 20 years. I am loyal to this place to the very end, no matter what happens. You can trust me, all right?
If you're concerned about speaking to me about Lord Erdhart, you might as well just speak now.
Other things as well.
Well,
apparently plenty
the mystery's growing by the minute.
Apparently plenty of
If you
other
feel it
people
prudent to
from
tell him
Lebanon.
afterwards.
Very well, Auditor Durst, if you would.
Very well.
I asked
hope
this,
that this
however.
proves fruitful.
You have my full permission to collect the people from Ledford one at a time and find out what they know about Lord Erdhart, about his charge here, about his current whereabouts, and where he is now. Find out everything.
Very well. I'll take a small retinue with me and walk around. We'll see what we can find.
Let the Warden and Captain know.
Indeed.
Well, I was debating whether to come back or not, and it took me talking to someone with green hair to convince me of your standings. I didn't know how...
The Woodfolk.
I didn't know how far you've been talking about that with people. I didn't want to put my foot in any mouths.
There is a much larger web and a much larger spectrum that either you or I could begin to comprehend. Speak. I am listening.
Well, she informed me of your trustworthiness and that you're in that little part of the fold. You have to understand that I'm close to Arn. Quite close to Arn.
The door.
It's a knock at the door. It's been very busy here today.
Apologies.
Here to collect my personal effects.
That will be all, Auditor.
My personal effects, Captain. Commander, thank you.
Your cloak and what's left of it. Shh.
And my other effects.
Which other
My
effects?
coins and bubbles.
You'll have to describe them more to me.
I had a couple rocks and a coin purse.
Your coin purse I will give back, but the rocks stay here.
Just rocks. Sentimental, given to me by a friend.
If they turn out to be nothing, I will have them returned to you post-haste.
Very well. Am I free to gather the rest of my belongings from the scriptum?
The scriptorium has been closed down and is currently being disassembled. So no.
Very well.
I will make something clear. Thistle. There are no friends of yours in that castle. I don't know what web you are in. But you need to get far the fuck away from it. That's all.
I don't have friends anywhere, Commander, with all due respect.
Did you need something?
Commander, Corporal Jensen reporting. Am I still needed? I'm assuming that the investigation is still ongoing, and arms and armor stay here and...
You can go about your day, Jensen. You're not needed.
Right, and is the status of my job still uncertain?
You are still pending investigation, Corporal. You're not allowed to leave the city
Commander.
walls.
Understood.
Lashings suit him. God, I feel very well.
You were close to Arnulf.
Yes, I want to know what's going to come with any information that gets given about him.
I cannot tell you that.
You're a man of... You're a man of
the
honor.
crown.
I trust... And you uphold the law.
I believe in the law. I believe everyone deserves a trial. And in the very least, an investigation, and if there's overwhelming evidence, then a punishment fitting that. I believe that a man that gives punishment should be the one to swing the sword, and I believe that not everything that happens is a man's fault. But still, Gavis is my king.
So yes, noble. I understand. It's hard for me to say this because it's uncertain. Things are uncertain. There's a risk. Anything to mitigate that risk would help me a lot.
I've only just found out who this blacksmith really is, not an hour prior. Though I can say I did not have my suspicions. Between what is heard was being yelled from the walls in Embershire, and the way he carries himself and the people who follow him, it gives him away a little bit. But I digress. As for what will come of him, I do not know. To be honest, to tell you what I can tell you, as someone who seems to care, but I don't know why. This Arnulf could be what we need to help stop the Empire's advance.
Bruns, this is a good opportunity to ask him about Haskell Richter, too.
Is, well, I was gonna say advisor Fulgrith. Is Fulgrith involved in this at all?
What isn't he involved in?
You know what I mean? Is he making the big push for this, or is he just watching like he usually does?
Currently, this is my investigation. Royal Guards came here to try and collect Mirandel Thessalor. I did not allow it. I do not care much for Lord Fulgrith and his games. I'm sure I will pay for that later. However, if you're going to ask me a question, I need to ask you one in return.
Go.
Proceed.
I'm sure the
I'll
auditor spoke to you both.
Yes, he did.
Assist him in collecting people from Ledford and start asking questions. The sooner we know what we're dealing with, the better. Also, as a reminder, the scriptorium has been locked down, it is guarded, and the insides are being taken apart as we speak.
Quite. The men that I instructed have admitted that task.
We've also gained 2 letters off Mr. Shilbrook. One is from Quinn.
As you open...
It seems to be a love letter.
Yeah, as you open the first one, it is indeed what appears to be a love letter from Quinn, which I'll go ahead and read aloud right now. Cade, I know I told you I'd try, and I know I told you there were things we'd face together. As much as I never intended them to be, these things were lies. Not because I never wanted them, but because they could never happen. I wish I could explain everything to you, help ease the confusion and pain, but I can't. My only hope is you understand that ever since you entered my life, you've become more to me than I think either of us ever realized. It's sad to say, my life won't be complete without those green eyes of yours. My feelings for you are far greater and stronger than what you think, and it pains me that I never truly had the chance to show you. I hope you keep the necklace close, as it is the only piece of me I will truly ever be able to give you. Please understand it was never my intention to have you involved, but your persistence and attempts through genuine and appreciated forced my hand. I am sorry for what is to come, though I can tell you with certainty I do not regret my actions, for there is far more at work than you understand or will ever know. I've cherished our time together and hope despite everything you will as well. Be safe. Love, Quinn. The second letter
a trepidation and manipulation of an empire.
It appears to be a note to Quinn, from what you ascertain. It's headed with Sis. Things have been all right the past few weeks. Nothing has been out of place or felt scary. I'm more or less free to do as I want, as long as I come back to the estate and check in. I have plenty of food and nice clothes, and my time is mostly mine, though Bodwin, in parentheses, the caretaker, insists on me learning how to write and read more and more difficult things. It's boring, but I guess it's something I should learn to do to make my life easier later. Either way, I miss you so much, and I can't wait to see you when they let me visit. They said it will be soon thanks to you, and I'm ready to leave Sunmore and travel. Signed Carissa, but there's a postscript. It just says, jump.
Sunmore. That's a city in the heart of the Empire. Look at these.
It's a letter for her sister, isn't it?
So it would seem. I don't know.
Cade showed it to me earlier.
Put it with the rest of the evidence in the back rooms.
Yes, sir.
Assist the auditor.
We will. As for Mr. Shilbrook, it has been ascertained that we believe he was disused by her.
Put it down in the reports for me to review later. I have much I need to do.
I had advised that he stays in town, not pull any disappearing acts, but he had agreed to join this.
Put it in reports for me to read later.
He wanted to go to the caravan, sir. He had signed up to help with that.
Then so be it. If you've ascertained he was used, let him go. Put it in the reports for me to read later.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's go find the auditor.
It's a good captain, but he's a little slow on the uptake.
You were going to ask me something in return.
This Lord of Gewin obviously is not here by himself. There are men that have been identified around him and with him that are of import. What do you know of a Sir Haskell Richter?
Well, I know that they served together when Arn was, the before times, before everything happened. Aside from that, I honestly don't know much about him. I know he's very loyal. And a good man.
Loyal to who?
Lord Edhard.
So I'm going to ask the obvious question here, and again I need you to be truthful. Regardless of how this sounds. Why the fuck does a drow care about this person?
He's back in Ledford. It's a bit of a long one. I came to Ledford after months of travel from my home place of Gradia. I never had a family, really. I went from home to home, street to street, making ends meet. Eventually it got too much and I took the plunge and walked my way to Ireland and hoped for a better life. Came across Ledford one day and I don't know. He was just incredibly nice to me. He fed me, gave me a home, looked after me. He genuinely cared, and he's the closest thing I've ever had to a father. So I care about him.
I see. Well, I'll tell you this much, I have no intention of hurting this man. But he might be needed for us to survive this war. The reason being, he's here for a reason. Do you know what that reason is?
Not entirely. He said he was looking for something.
You really don't know?
Rolling. With a 10, you're not getting a good read on him either way.
I know his end goal is to take back Gewin somehow. I know he wants to fight the Empire. Yeah, I know he despises the Empire for what they've done to the people he cares about and him. I know that much.
I heard.
Horrible.
Well, if you don't know, then you won't be able to guess from what I'm saying. But if you do know, then you'll understand that what he's here for could change the outcome of this war. So I need to know where the fucking blacksmith is.
As I said before, he was around the Silverreach area, investigating whatever he was looking for.
The thing you don't know about, just so we're clear.
Sorry, say again.
The thing you don't know about, just so we're clear. Do you suspect he's had any luck?
I don't know. We went after him to see if we could find him. He was supposed to be back in 3 days. He didn't return, and we looked around the area and we heard there was a lot of movements of Imperial troops there. Sightings of an Inquisitor.
In the north? Where?
Just around the Silverreach, I think south.
You've got to be truthful with me if I'm going to be able to do anything.
I'm trying to recall it in my head. I believe it was like southwest, right? Of Silverreach, around that area.
There's nothing there, why would there be?
Servants of Ash and an Inquisitor.
There's nothing near Silverreach, it's all forest.
It's an old town, very old town, long destroyed.
This gets more and more complicated, the more I hear about it.
We went there and it was completely barren. All the civilian populace were either slaughtered or burnt at this pyre. We couldn't find anything from Arn or Haskell. They may have escaped, they may have been captured, we don't know. That's all we found.
Alright.
I'm telling you this because I trust you to be a good man. And I don't really know what else to do.
Understand. Kyla, was it?
Yes.
that I am the commander here of all the military forces at the capital. There's well over 20,000 men currently at my command. However, whatever it is ultimately that my king tells me to do, I must do it. You understand that?
I understand.
My loyalty is to Ireland and to my people. But I am no fool, and I can recognize that this man offers survival if his goals are achieved. I have a lot to think about. I don't know what is real and what is not, what to believe and what not to. I certainly have a lot more on my plate than I expected.
If I may add one more thing to your plate.
By all means, it's a feast at this point.
Sorry. Well, your loyalty is obviously to your king, but you also know how deep Fulgrith can keep his claws in people.
Continue.
Well, in Ledford, Fulgrith definitely had I don't want to say a hold over him, but definitely had a very strong voice in the back of our king's mind. I worry that if Fulgrith decides something, he might make very...
Is there anything else you need to tell me?
No, sir.
If you come across anything else that you think I need to know in order to find this blacksmith, or figure the fuck out what to do about this whole situation, I'd hope your care for the man will bring you here to give me information.
It's the only reason I'm here now. I'm looking for him too.
This Imperial spy was giving reports in a dead drop about him. Everyone that is thought to be one of his knights. Everyone that is an associate of himself, including a drow. You fit that description.
Okay.
I have reason to believe that there are still Imperials in this city, so do be careful.
Of course, thank you.
If something happens, come seek me out. Tell the host you need me.
Thay's already mentioned that you and Horst are willing to protect those people, and if you're willing to protect those, then...
Silver for your trouble.
Thank you, sir. Will that be all?
That is all. Go about your evening. Thank you for your loyalty to Ireland and the Crown.
Of course.
God.
Something happening, or?
Hey, Tish.
Yep, what's up?
Did the engineer have his talk with Tang?
Yep, we just finished.
In elves as well.
Fucking spectacular. You are MVP, man. Thank you so much.
No problem, it was great.
Tish, best girl.
Oh my god, say that to my face.
Trying to make sure most of these things are done today.
Very well.
Oh, I know it did.
UFO presence in the grove, your daughter.
And he thought I was dead, so he gave up on me. Until we met again. And I was happy. And if I had to be on opposite ends, I did everything I could to try to show him that I still cared. And instead, he was giving up everything for me. Gave up the safety of his family for me. They are more than likely dead for his exposure at Ellery. And just when I thought that maybe there was a chance, she drove him away. Because to her, to him, whoever this him is, they thought it was weakness.
Because
it was distraction. And so in order to not feel that pain again, she knows she did it willingly. And now she has to live with the fact that my heart is gone. I feel nothing. And that's precisely what I think is wanted at this point. Because in all the time that I've had without these distractions, I've already gained a bit of power in itself. I can feel the forest greater. I can sense things further. Things that were once invisible to my sight are no longer. I should be happy. But I don't feel that either.
You will in time.
I can't see. You don't look happy.
Even now, they tell me. Even now, they tell me that one day I might come to terms of it.
There is no right or wrong way to process grief. In truth,
I know you're
don't
right
know
about
if
it.
what your daughter has done can be undone. Unless you could somehow find this man you speak of, this Blaze.
There's no point. Even if he was found, I imagine he is but a hollow shell of the man he probably was. Because he is the only one I would say has lost more than anyone else I know than me. He gave up his life, he gave up everything he cared about for me, and it wasn't enough. The one thing he wanted in life, the one thing he wanted in life was to be a knight. And he had his chance alongside me. And if I had been the one to talk to him first about this, maybe I could have convinced him that he still was in my eyes, but there was some level of separation that had to be made.
He was a hindrance
That choice was taken.
to your growth.
Who's to say
That
you
is
couldn't
not
still track me
your
down?
decision. Who are you to tell me that?
One who has guided your kind
far longer than you.
Indeed.
And you know this. Even now you show rash, mortal emotion. You lash out. This is not your purpose.
Because you have made others hurt themselves. If this mattered so much, why not tell me directly?
You could not be reached in the east.
Iandel, who are you talking to?
That is... Are you not still there? East? Where have you even gone? As a note, she cannot hear you right now. She is focused on something else.
Itaria is lost. Fires rage. The war continues. And my efforts have not been enough. For I have a dryad that is focused on humans more than the wood.
Then why, after all this time, am I still in the dark? Why has my purpose been told to others, for me to have to pry out of them? Why must I claw and fight to know what it is that I even need to do?
You know what it is that you must do. You have been told since Ledford. But you rebel against it. You interpret it how you wish. I cannot control you, sister. Only guide.
Iandel?
I've given up those things.
The Dryad continues to mumble in front of you, her eyes seemingly unfocused.
I've given up those things for you. I've already pushed people away. What more do I need to do to not be distracted anymore?
You must rebuild a tribe. You must gather scattered maidens from the east. You must rise back to what you always should have been. There is no place for a human here.
I've already tried to begin that process. Reaching out through the land, seeking whatever lost to find their way to me. As is Faye. Unless you bid me to go east and search for them myself, what more can I do from here?
Once your tribe has been built, once you have maidens, you will be able to fight, to build, to grow. And then you must head west to the jungles of Gradia.
Very well.
You are compassionate. You are kind. But you are distracted from your purpose, sister. That human is far gone.
I know.
Yandel.
I tried to convince them. I tried to cut the attachments. I know I've made mistakes. If I give myself over to this folly, will you help me? And not leave me in the dark like the one who I tried to pray to for guidance did so long ago.
I can only do so much. There used to be many guardians, Yandel. But now there is I, and I alone. And I am so very tired.
How do you still even exist if you were brought into this world by Etna? She's been gone since the first era.
She ensured my survival before her disappearance. As long as I draw breath, you will never be alone.
Yandel. Yandel.
The word cuts through your mind. You hear the human yelling your name. You realize your wrist is being shugged.
What? Who are you talking to?
The prelate's face looks concerned, worried, and maybe a hint of fear.
We're the only ones in here. Who are you speaking with?
Remember what I said about that it was more than just my daughter's feeling, that these concerns that I used to hold dear to me were distractions.
Can I just say, spearmint is precious, and Faye is literally spearmint, for those of you who don't know. And it wrenches my heart, because I adore spearmint, and I see Faye as spearmint, so I know when they inevitably die, my heart's gonna be broken.
Darkness falls, I'll be like a vine. That moonsy show maybe help out that one friend of mine.
Spear. I even asked Spear, I was like, do you have enough to do? Are you having fun here? She loves this. Because this is who Spear is. It's adorable and so endearing. Just look at her, she's so happy. Doing those spearmint Fae things. Your heart is heavy.
Yes.
You did as you must. I have told Yandel as much. Look at her little book with a butterfly.
I still worry for her. I guess that will never go away.
It will not. Understand she has drifted far from her path. She is too full of emotion. She acts more like a mortal than a guardian spirit.
Can I ask you one thing?
Yes.
I know things will be different. Times will get harder before they get better. But can't we still at least love her as my mother? I know she will always have that responsibility that will be above, even above me. But I still want to at least love her as a mother. She has always treated me as such.
A dryad is a mother to all her maidens.
I just hope we haven't lost too much time.
She will come around. Give her time. You are her lifeline now.
I hope we can save as many maidens and druids as we can.
Fuck you, VRChat. You motherfucker. Give us one chance to rock your sunset. If we win, you must take your sorry ass back to hell. And if we win, you have to pay our rent. I love that movie so much. There's supposed to be a second Tenacious D movie. It's literally being filmed now. I want that. I want that to happen. I need it. I need it!
Oh, I need to stretch for a minute.
Guardian, have you been alone all this time?
I have. There are no others like me anymore.
It must get pretty lonely.
I am never lonely. I feel the embrace of the wood. the many millions of living creatures within it, the vibrations of life and death. I am never alone.
Thank you so much for meeting with me that day in the snow in Medford. I know I will never be able to fully repay you, but I will do my best in helping Mother walk that path that she needs to.
Be her guide. Keep her true to the wood.
Very well. Currently, I'm doing my best to be an extension of her, at least with the humans here in the city of Adwick, to try and find these other lost wood elves. I'm hoping my hard work will bear fruit. I just hope I'm doing the right thing in who I choose to talk to, who I choose to confide with outside of the wood. At least until we have enough.
In time, those you can consider allies and friends will be made apparent.
It was... I tell you, Guardian, it was a very enlightening experience when I was with the Dryad of Agovia and her maidens. Just to see them give everything, almost such as I have, but they gave everything. To see to it that the mission was being able to be not fully completed, but at least put off for a time. The maidens gave everything, and before I fainted in front of her, she just gave the warmest smile, just like you said. It was almost like a person, a being that just knew everything was going to be okay. I'd like to see that in my mother. I'd like her to eventually reach that plane to where she just knows.
These things will take time. Damascena has been a Dryad, loyal to her cause since her inception. E&L has not.
But what makes Mother so different? I mean, it's so strange that she just... something... I know no answers come easy, I just feel that something in her past, something drastic happened to her that made her forget. Or pushed her to want to forget. And the more that I see her grow, the plant life, it's so different, it's so her. I feel as if it is places in... It's been different areas that she's been to, places that she's seen, touched before. But it's just buried within her somewhere. And just pours forth because it's within her. She just hasn't realized it yet.
Over time, she will understand her purpose. Removing her from the human was necessary.
I know. I know he will live a very short life. But Guardian, I could see it in his eyes. He truly, truly did love her. Even though it, as you say, there's nothing he could really give other than his life for her. Other than that, I don't think there was anything he could have really done to help her in her path going forward. Other than to maybe bring her more sorrow and grief. Emotions, like you say, that she
would cultivate the wrong emotions.
Yes.
She will not like the decisions that are made until she adjusts to her new life.
So I must be patient as well.
Yes.
Not give in to my own. Not give in to my own emotions as well. I can feel it there. I know she cares for me. But I guess it is too as me. I guess I got attached to the humans as well and everyone else because I was cast out of Ishma for being different. And I don't even know why I was even left there. It's strange, really, but maybe it was all for this. Maybe everything happened because eventually we were going to come to this point and eventually meet.
I cannot decipher fate's plans or ideals. But I do know that the mortal races are hasty, destructive.
I met an elf named Ethereal from Adwick. I can tell in her eyes she is very wise, have lived far longer than me. Very calm, soft-spoken. I know one of the other elves, Lethel, kind of laughed and scoffed at me because I didn't see the prejudice there between me being a wood elf now that I know what I am truly, and her being a high elf. I just think they've lost their way. I think a lot of the elves have lost their way. But what I find interesting is that why is this king from that first era doing what he's doing? So secluded, so locked away. It's another mystery that I really want to find out in the end. Of why he hasn't stepped out of the forest and...
All answers come forward in time. Do not overwhelm yourself with the what-ifs or what could be. Instead, focus on what is and what you shall make be so.
My apologies, I understand. I guess that's one of my own trials I'll need to get over, is sometimes I do overthink things a lot.
I must rest. Know that you are never alone.
Yes, I know that now. And thank you for being the helping hand that we need. Thank you. Guess when Mother gets back and give her that medallion.
What's up?
Nothing.
Brunswick.
If you're one of my Imperial Knights, I need you in the NPC spawn. Imperial Knights, NPC spawn.
Imperial Knights. Fuck those guys. All my homies hate Imperials.
All your homies don't hate Imperials. That's a problem. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was gonna say something. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna head pat you back.
Oh. Oh. Thank you.
Have fun. I'm going to bed.
Good night. I have one. I need two more. Two more Imperial Knights. I have two. Need one more. I have my knights.
I was one of the Imperial Knights. Okay, so what Imperial Knight are we doing?
It's the one with the mace. I don't have it.
I do. Wow.
Fuck. I'm so tired. I want to go to bed. I want to go bed by. I want to go sleep.
Would you like some out of uniform?
Fuck no.
Out of armor? Okay.
Yep, it's good enough.
Oh, Solus, do you want to be a knight? Do you need 4 or 5?
4 is enough.
Got the NPCs there. I can wait here if you don't want them.
No, you can be. I'm gonna be doing the thing for Maples.
All right, go to your maple thing.
Maple thing. Get my chair out of the way.
Being, Devil's Advocate.
Oh, for the...
Alright, so. The fuck is going on? That's weird. Alright. So. Mia and Mecca, you will always stay. You're to my back right. You're to my back left. Okay?
Okay.
Zichibi, Solace, you will always be to my left and right. Either parallel or in front. That is where you always stay. Your weapons are always out. You make sure nobody comes near him. Okay? That's what's going on here. Yeah, we're going for a stroll.
Oh boy.
See who comes and speaks to us. Start in the Noble District. Mate, I need to change my speed.
Well, I know you can remove those key bindings. So
I sure wish
I
there
thought
were
I
some
did.
humans to ban. Alright, Noble District.
Start in the Noble District, you said.
Nobile District.
The Nobile District. Click the wrong one.
For shame.
I'm sorry.
Get in your positions. Obviously, you also talk to no one. You don't know who this man is? He's Colonel Hydeman. Alright, don't go so fucking far ahead. Calm yourself.
Time to get excited now.
He's gonna throw the cheese up there.
Oh.
Quite alright. No need to be worried. Enjoy your cheese.
It's the last cheese in Adwick.
Then it is quite valuable. Chat, is Iandel still at the church? Please tell me yes. Auditor Dost. Good evening.
Colonel, good evening.
I hope the nice summer air is treating you as well as I.
Yes, it's fine. My cape keeps me cool, flapping in the breeze.
Very majestic, of course. I was
It
just
is.
taking a walk around the city, taking in the sights, trying to get out of that stuffy keep on the talks of politics. Even to me as a diplomat, it gets to me at times.
Indeed. I imagine it does. It's often a lot of back and forth with no real practical matters taken care of, you know?
Back and forth non-stop. One party wants this, another party wants that, and no one can get along. And I'm sitting there expected to come back with results that neither party really truly wants, so not much I can do, I'm
Well,
afraid.
I trust you've seen some of the cosmopolitan atmosphere of a place like Adwick.
There's
We've
lots
got
of-
hobbits and several other of the more notable races here, of course.
I've seen hobbits, elves, bjornings, dwarves. I believe I even saw a drow yesterday on the street.
Indeed, they have been around as well. We draw on the strengths of all people here, Colonel.
Oh, yes.
Big or small.
As much as apparent, as I said the other day, the fact that you are still standing is paramount and testimony to the powers that be of equal opportunity, if you will.
Indeed. Well, I hope you get a chance to speak with some of them directly, Colonel. Perhaps you can gain further insight as to our position.
I would not mind it. In fact, should anyone decide to speak, I am more than approachable.
I imagine they are intimidated by your retinue.
Well, unfortunately, the retinue is necessary. If they were not here, I'm sure we both agree I would wind up dead in the street.
I imagine that someone would make that mistake, yes.
And then someone, unfortunately, far less open-minded would be sent, and demands would be made rather than negotiations. And you know how that goes. It's a rabbit hole. Neither of us want.
Yes, of course. Indeed.
No, if any wish to just converse or speak, they may. In fact, I was heading to your church of Mithrax now.
Well, Colonel, like I said yesterday, I'm not a pious man, but many have said that I serve Mithrax more in deed with my determination than I do in faith.
Well, what is it they say about Mithrax, the god of survival and those that help themselves? Ardida, you are very much the embodiment of self. Are you sure you're not Mithrax yourself?
Perhaps I am, and I just didn't notice. Maybe, I don't know, my clothes have been getting better.
It's the cape. I felt the same about
Indeed,
my
it is,
feather.
isn't it? Ah, it is wonderful.
Well, either way, before it closes for the evening, do forgive me for cutting this short. I did wish to speak to your prelate and get their view on things.
Ah. Yes, I think the prelate should be in now, still.
Well, then, by all means, forgive me. I will be back soon if you're still on the streets. Soldiers, good day.
Of course. A pleasure.
Ah. A Warforged. Man, Ikelos fucking ruined what could have been a great scene. That is a shame. What a turd.
Good day, envoy.
Greetings, prelate. My name is Colonel Hydeman. Forgive me. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Colonel.
I
My
was
name is
just-
Helena Verraine.
Helena Varane. I hear that you have been the sole reason why the Order has managed to keep things calm in the city, what with the famine. I wanted to commend you for your efforts.
More or less. The situation at Barley Roll is rather difficult. Many hundreds of orcs have been pushed out of the Badaria forest and are taking their errant fury out on the farmsteads.
I've heard about these orcs. If it makes you feel any better, the same thing is happening on the other side of Badaria. A couple of our less defended supply camps have been utterly torched by these orcs. They are insufferable. And very resilient.
It's certainly one way to
They
describe
shall be
them.
heading off. No guard at the.
While they're
Scribery.
less equipped than their western kin, they are
Sounds good. I'll keep
no
that
less
up, thank you very
brutal.
much.
Brutal they are. You know they feed on the flesh of all folk. Man, elf, dwarf, bjornin.
So I've heard.
Beasts
I've also heard rumors that they eat each other on occasion.
Oh, now that is just downright disturbing. I don't know for a fact, but it is entirely possible. Even so, I think we can agree that they are beasts that must be wiped from the face of the planet.
Yes, the orcs certainly need to be quelled.
Greetings. Friend of yours, Prelate?
Ah, Father Martino.
Martino Abbotangelo, a monk of the
Ah,
church.
the Abbot. A pleasure, Colonel Hydeman. I am the envoy that was sent here to speak with your nobility and the king. I wanted to get out of the castle. It gets rather stuffy, and to be honest, politics are just downright not my thing. I don't enjoy them. But I am the most open-minded of my
Well,
peers.
certainly one thing we can agree on.
Hmm.
I have a particular distaste for politics.
Politics, especially when it's a sort of politics where two sides are sent to argue about something where neither side has any intention to give ground on, it's all for show at some point. Not this, however. It would seem that your king and my emperor are coming to some sort of grimaced agreement. Yeah, I don't know what it is in its entirety, not yet, but hopefully an end to the bloodshed.
It is all we can hope for at this point.
Well,
That's what we can pray for.
hope
Too much
and
life
prayer.
has been needlessly lost already.
Well, between the machinations of the power struggles in Ireland and that of the Emperor and his elector counts, unless somebody comes up with some sort of intervention, a way to satiate both sides, my fear is that the war will continue. I have no wish to see this perpetuate. I've known too many people who have suffered at the hands of war, and, of course, the Empire itself. I will not denounce my Emperor, but I do know that he is rather draconian, and I will admit that.
Yes, we hear rumors of what has been occurring to non-humans and those captured in the process of war.
It is unfortunate. While I do not hold the same tenets that the ruling family does, I will not lie to you, most non-humans are either burnt at the stake or enslaved. Terrible ordeal, but I have no authority in that. I am
I
merely a
can
military
assure
man.
you, I am aware of that personally.
Again, unfortunately, I have no say in the matter. All I do is point and yell and move soldiers from place to place. And apparently an envoy, because no one knows how to speak with respect anymore. Forgive me, I did not mean either of you.
It seems our
you
jobs
are
are
all
similar.
right. It's a skill that needs to be reminded to people to act civilized.
Unfortunately, violence comes too easily to... does not matter how educated an empire may be. There are those who are ridiculous and who think that the only way to prove a point or make any sort of valid statement is to proclaim your beliefs over the largest pile of corpses. To me, that is abhorrent, but I guess that's why I am here and been taken away from my post.
Rachel, where were you posted, Colonel? Curiosity, merely.
Well, I don't see any harm in saying I help as a intelligence and supply officer. I overseed most of the initial invasion. I was nowhere near the front, but I did coordinate things from the rear when it came to particular companies.
See.
However, I have not been made privy to the current details and plans because, well, why would they send someone who knows what's going into the heart of enemy territory? So, I'm afraid if you poke me with knives, I don't really know anything.
Rest assured, the Order of the Blue Flame has no intentions of killing envoys. You are here for talks.
But I am.
This is not a battlefield.
No, we are not here for war.
We would prefer to see it revoked. Yes, we would also hope that this does not ever turn into a battlefield, Hardwick.
The fighting in population centers is always the worst. Sieges, people starve, they begin to eat each other. Whoever stole all the food before the siege begins starts selling it at exorbitant prices. Things just fall apart. And then people lose morale and someone opens the gate and it all goes downhill from there. I've seen it firsthand and been on the losing side, trust me. It is not pretty.
Yes, I take it there's a story behind that eye patch you wear.
Well, if you must know, I am not imperial by birth, I should say. I'm from Leodor, one of the 3 kingdoms to the east of your Ireland. One of the few that were conquered 20 years ago. Yes. I fought in the war against the
brother's late wife was from Leodor.
I fought in the war against the Empire in their initial invasion. Things had looked up at a time. But their cataphracts and, of course, well-trained infantry and plates, we could not match it. However, we were a bit more progressive than some of the other kingdoms, such as Giwen, and as much as it is embarrassing to say, we did capitulate, but we were able to save a majority of our population from famine and bloodshed and war and conscription in doing so. While my pride was laid at the feet of the Emperor, I was able to say with gusto that I had saved as many human lives as possible.
Well,
The
that at
unfortunate
least
thing
can be.
It's not just humans who reside in these kingdoms.
Well, it was not just humans in Leodor either, but I had to make a choice. Everyone suffers or some. There are many people alive who hate me, but they are alive to hate me. Everyone wants to tout on their moral soapbox at times on what is right and what is wrong, but when you are the one who has to make a decision, it is not very easy. And not everyone wants to go down fighting with you. So, I made my choice.
I suppose that is true.
But forgive me for running my mouth. Just a fresh memory, I suppose. But what of your church, this Mithrax? I've heard much about Arelandi beliefs, but I've never been exposed to it myself. The Blue Flame.
It is a symbol of Mithrax. But there is also another symbol for him. A knight, such as your compatriots, Ladin, ivory-colored armor.
The Ivory Knight. I've read some scriptures about as such. There were some taken from the, there was a small little abbey in Ledford, I believe, and some religious texts were recovered. I have read a bit, and some
Yes,
spoke of...
I am aware of the priest that used to reside there.
I know nothing about that, but I did read that this Ivory Paladin
Probably
was
for the best.
supposed to be a physical manifestation. Is that correct, of Mithrax?
It is.
Hmm.
It has also been said that if that knight is slain, another rises in the place. Carry the banner forth.
Truly a
Teach us to
depiction
persevere,
of
Colonel.
survival. Perseverance, exactly. And this question may seem, how do I phrase this, insolent, and I don't mean it as such. Truly, it is not mockery. Well, where is your Ivory Knight?
The Ivory Knight goes where he is needed.
You know, I understand that that would be the answer that I would give, but has there been sightings of, is there a place where it's believed, be it myth or fact, that he roams? I'm just curious about the story behind it, not so much saying that you're wrong. That is not my intent.
There's been no sightings of him in quite some time. The banner and the sword have been long searched for. Hoping that if we find them, we will find apologies.
I am also certain that in times such as these, word travels slower than one might anticipate.
Well, even a battalion of the finest Empire men would shit themselves at the sight of an Ivory Knight, so if you need tactics, there's a free idea right there.
I'll keep that in mind, Colonel.
But do not let me keep you from the rest of your day. I appreciate your conversation.
You may be able to entertain a question for me.
Yeah, by all means.
Donmire. Does it still stand?
Donmire, the...
I am from there myself.
The provincial city on the border, the one that was past Ledford?
Yes.
Yes, it stands. It is
Correct.
still garrisoned by the Empire, and people are allowed to come and go. Why?
Mere curiosity. I was uncertain as to what had happened to it.
Well,
given what I have heard about Lionhall, Dunstead, Ledford, I had some concern that the city had been razed.
Lionhall has been a thorn in our side for some time. I'm sure you all are fully aware it still stands. The Lord there just refuses to die. And I salute his bravery, of course. No assaults have been made on the walls because, you know, it's mountainous and it's on a mountain, so no ladders can get to it. There's only the front gate with a ramp. So he's just sitting in there laughing as his men piss over the walls at us. Good for him. But, no, Dunstead was a pain for the longest time, but eventually it fell. Ledford was overcome in the initial invasion. There's still a couple of the smaller eastern houses and their personal keeps that are being waited out, as I'm sure you all know. But for the most part, the cities and castles still stand. We do not aim to destroy them. We do not raze towns to the ground.
And would I also be permitted to ask a question?
By all means, but I really must get going after, so please.
Of course, I will make this quick. This is more of a closure. I am a monk from one of the eastern monasteries, and I was not there when the Imperials passed through. I heard rumors that it was burned to the ground and...
You remember when I said that there are some that, unfortunately, praise their own deeds on top of how many corpses they can proclaim it upon? Some of the initial invading elector counts were rather bloodthirsty. If that was someplace you came from, you have my deepest condolences, truly. I am sorry.
I can only hope they are with the Blue Flame now.
Well, if any of the paladins I've seen that have come from your order, or any of the monks I have seen come from your temples, are anything to go by, if your god truly is here, I am sure that they were accepted with full honors.
It's kind of you
We
to say.
certainly pray that this is so.
Well.
At any rate, we won't keep you, Colonel.
Right.
A good evening to you.
Must continue on. Good evening to you both, and Mithrax guide you, I suppose.
And you as well.
I believe we have guests.
Practicing archery, are we?
Aye.
Yeah.
Something to get the mind off.
Oh, don't blame you for that. Have to leave the castle from time to time. The talk of politics makes my ears bleed. Don't let me stop you. I'd like to see some of the marksmanship here in Ireland.
Well, I'm not exactly example of marksmanship. I'm just in training.
Man, neither am I. Not only could I never aim, one eye, I've never been good with a bow. Always had to rely on a crossbow, and even then I'm a shit shot, so don't worry. I will not judge.
We're all good at different things.
Alright. Wow.
A bit high.
Very nice. You're both very humble about your shots, but almost all of them are on target. Are you hunters?
Yeah.
Not me.
No? What are you? If I may ask, you don't need to answer.
I'm a bounty hunter by trade.
Ah, a bounty hunter. Is there much work to be had hunting bounties in Ireland?
Unfortunately, no, but I'm not here for the bounties, sadly. I have personal matters to attend to. But once that's done, back to bounty hunting, I suppose.
Fair enough. Any imperial bounties? Hunting down feathered capped lieutenants and captains?
No. Mostly just thieves, rapists, burglars, that kind of thing.
Fair enough. Man was very serious. I was making a joke. Feather in the hat, you see. What are your thoughts on the war so far? You are both elves, no?
Aye.
And you can speak candidly with me. I'm an envoy. I'm not going to have you murdered in the streets. That's not the kind of man I am.
Honestly, you're probably gonna win.
I'm not so sure. I do know that the Empire has its numbers and tactics, but understand that Erelin should have fallen a long time ago. The tenacity of the Erelendi people is ridiculous. There is a ragged blue line between your capital and our armies, and yet we just still cannot break through. You have elves who can shoot well from behind trees and hide in the foliage. Men who just don't know how to fucking die when they get shot or stabbed. Dwarves that wear heavy plate and just will not get smushed when you think that they would. I would dare say that some of the more xenophobic officers in the army would begrudgingly respect the skill sets of other races by now.
Linton, your structure and your rigidness is most admirable.
Well,
Dare I say, almost.
the Empire State troops do train for a very long time. Some of these knights are veterans of the Eastern Wars against the far reaches and far shores. A lot of them are very well skilled. But every empire or kingdom has its troubles. A lot of the elector counts are bloodthirsty and they hate non-humans. I'm sure you know that by now. And they will let that outweigh any plausible tactics. They rather try and make a statement than win a war. And it is foolish. But that's my opinion. Excuse me. My name's Colonel Heidemann. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Colonel. Rin.
Rin.
Ikelos.
Ikelos. Different names, both.
Pleasure to meet you.
Very different from what I'm used to. You'll forgive me again. This will sound like a sly slight, but it is not. I don't meet many non-humans. I'm not allowed to. Usually sit in the back lines, coordinating things with some of the supply masters, so it's a bit of a breath of fresh air, I suppose.
Well, in same in turn, we don't meet many Imperials out here.
Well,
in the capital.
You don't have to pretend it's not the case. I know very well probably both of you would like to put an arrow between my eyes, but that's the reputation the Empire has earned. So I do not hold you in any disregard.
I would differ, honestly.
Either way, I will not hold you. Please continue, and I will be on my way. I hope you both have a good evening. Rin and Ikelos. Take care.
Good evening.
Take care, Colonel.
Good evening.
And for what it's worth, Colonel, you're a respectable man.
I would say a lot about the very same. The elves have caused us a great deal of trouble that are with Erland. If it'll make you giggle, there was an elector count by the name of Ducloth that initially helped with the invasion. Lord Godfrey utilized a bunch of elven archers from his household, picked off all the vanguard officers, had Ducloth pissing himself for months. Well done. I respect elven marksmanship quite a deal. You have yourselves a good evening now. Very different and colourful people. Perhaps the tavern. The envoy's just a man. He is a man who fights a war. He's tired of war. He's a diplomat. He's not saying anything that isn't well known already. Everything he's talking about is already known. Right. I only wish to get a drink. No trouble. Don't cause any, alright? And stay close.
Band, have a Bolton, and not have...
I'll get the story from his end.
Oh?
I do not think it is just honor that he decided
I don't know where he went.
Oh. He is honorable.
Greetings.
Yes,
Good evening.
Good evening. I was told by some of my men that there was an incredible dish here.
Yes.
I served them crawfish yesterday.
Crawfish? I have never seen or heard of such a thing in my entire life. I would like to purchase some if you are willing. Of course, if you are busy, it is fine.
Well, they hear their people. Fine.
Let me make
I
something
should
very
have one
clear.
more.
There is no need. You do not have to. I know we are not wanted here. But if you are willing, we are willing to pay.
And nope, I'm
Sure thing. I can do so.
Would it be a problem if we went upstairs? We don't want to disrupt your floor.
Sure. I can let the others know. There's some upstairs. I can let them down before you go up.
No need. We'll just take it and go then. Don't want to disrupt your place of business.
Sure.
We're clear, don't worry.
Goodness.
Seems the upstairs is open.
Are you up yawning?
It would be an odd sight if I was human.
Well, it would be odd, to be sure. But I have never met one face to face. You'll forgive my surprise. Forgive me for being so disrespectful. Colonel Hydeman.
Yarza.
Yes,
It's a pleasure.
I'm
I'm
the
sure.
envoy here currently. You do not have to pretend. I know that I am not wanted here. Still. I have never seen your people up close. Most of the time I'm handling reports or supply things. Nothing honorable or exciting. I have not met many non-humans in my lifetime, as I'm sure you unfortunately understand why. But my curiosity got the better of me. I did not know your people were so tall.
You have strength and height.
Are there
That
many
is rather
like you?
helpful. There are a few. I am among the taller.
Huh. And are they all from the north, or all over Ireland, or?
They're here and there. My home is the north.
Oh,
sorry. It's all right. It's all
Forgive.
right. He's just drinking. It's fine.
Aye.
I have heard recently that a lot of this city has been under duress from famine and such, and that there were attacks on your non-human populace. Is that true?
Aye. Your people terrify the poor humans here.
Unfortunately, I do not represent some of the more irreprehensible of the elector counts and such, merely here as a diplomat. I am a military man, nothing more. Although I
You
cannot
not wish us all dead then?
Me? No! Gods, no. Not a monster. Like I was going to say, I know a lot of our elector counts are a bit more draconian in the way they do things. They burn things they're afraid of, you see. I'm not like that. I suppose that's why they threw me here, more to laugh at me, behind my back. But I did come here with diplomacy in my mind, and, well, obviously I can't speak on that, but no, I do not wish to see everything that is different from me burned. Not only is it too much work and a lot of lumber, but just downright cruel, and I'm not exactly a cruel man. I have a family myself. Men, make way.
That is a
Alright, you are
pleasure to
fine.
hear.
You are fine. Soldiers, get out of the way. I will stand over here. I know that our presence is not exactly welcome, so... Anyway, I'm sorry for...
You have to forgive everyone. They think you want us all dead. And the humans that stand next to us will die if they dare stand and exist next to us.
Guys at the shoulder.
Well, I will not comment on that to spread further panic.
Move away from the upstairs.
You know that some have their particular mindsets, and I am... well, I do not have that kind of power. I'm just a soldier, after all. But, no, I'm sorry. My curiosity just got the better of me. I came here for some... I heard there was crawfish, something I've never even heard of in my entire life.
Prepared for you. I'm preparing everything else.
Thank you. Soldiers, go ahead. I'll join you in a moment.
Go sit down.
I will be fine. Go. It's all right.
That's the way of our guests.
Go. Go. Go.
There you go.
Sorry. They are strict. No, I just heard that some of the other men of the envoy had had crawfish here, and what they said was delicious ale.
Oh, sure.
So I figured I'd see what it is that Ireland enjoys when it can. Mere curiosities.
You should see it when it's not under siege. It is all the more beautiful and kind.
I can only assume. I had come in past some of the villages outside, and the fields were massive. Though they looked barren currently, I can only imagine what they would be like in fruition. Many different flowers as well around your legs. Forgive me, I'm rambling
Aye,
again.
they are quite gorgeous.
I suppose I am a tad homesick. Forgive me, I will not take any more of your time. Yursa, I believe. I hope you have a good evening.
Aye. You as well. Do hope that you enjoy the crawfish.
I'm sure I will. Thank you very much. If you'll excuse me.
Of course.
Sir.
May I ask your name?
Christos Milpomley.
Christos.
I'm the tavern keeper.
As I said before, Colonel Hydeman, pleasure to meet you. I heard that you had made a crawfish here that was absolute delight to some of the men that came here.
Absolutely, they liked it, and I have whiskey as a drink on the side.
Whiskey? I've never even heard of this. Well, I have to ask. You aren't poisoning me, are you?
No.
All right.
I would be stupid to do so, sir.
Well, we are two nations at war, and there are some who would probably rather see me dead. So.
Oh yeah, that doesn't
Is this
seem
a
to be
tail?
that doesn't seem to be the
Correct.
the consensus of the day.
Imperial spy. Close your eyes.
Right and deeper.
I'm actually flabbergasted.
What?
Tell me what you said, sir.
Oh, is it only that one? I'm sorry. Say that again. Say that again.
And everyone else who did not bat an eye.
You know,
Choose your next.
that is absolutely wondrous. Where do these come from?
Okay. Let's not.
Just from the river and the lakes of Adwick, sir.
Rivers and lakes of Adwick.
We were able to catch some.
You get the sound of
Goodness, this is actually marvelous. It's a perfect blend with the butter.
Indeed.
Forget the quadrant.
Do you catch these yourself, or do you get them from somewhere imported?
I was able to get one of the people that work here to lay a trap.
You don't have to stand there. Have a seat. Talk, converse.
Of course.
No need to stand on formalities. I'm not here to make your life miserable.
It's alright. But yes, I usually have to stand around here in the tavern. I usually get other people to get my ingredients for me. Though we've been on a shortage, of course.
You're telling me there's...
I do not believe I can eat all of this here. Share it with me.
Sure.
So, you said your name was Christos, yes?
Correct.
How long have you lived in Adwick, if I may ask, Christos? You don't have to tell me. I'm just curious.
No, it's not even on his hip.
For about 7 years.
7 years? Then I assume you've seen Adwick when it was much different times.
Absolutely.
What was it like living in Adwick before the war?
I came over as an apprentice for an artisan. And well, I was. Yes.
And here I thought you were just a cook. Is there a skill set that you're hiding, sir?
I do portraits and paintings, as I've been taught.
Portraits and paintings?
Just think of them as if they were very small.
Go on,
Correct.
don't leave me hanging. I'm quite interested now.
Yes.
Where did someone who
I've
works at a
been-
tavern learn to do portraits and paintings?
Oh god.
I originally came here through a noble artisan, and I was an apprentice, and he taught me all the ways
An apprentice?
of how to succeed him.
How did he, well, I should ask you, who taught you? Is it someone who resides here?
Well, I rolled a natural 1 before this.
Correct. I'm Master Georgios.
That 20 just overrode it.
Master who?
I was gonna start a fight. I was.
Georgios.
Desire and hatred.
Georgios.
Take you, know what I mean?
Georgios Uncello?
Other people would call him Master Ucello. Yes.
I have heard this name before. Ha!
Really?
Well, you see, on the fringes of the Empire, there were affairs that took place at times on the other side of Donmire, and one of the things that would happen is, during the time of peace, obviously, between Erland and the Empire, we would have performers crossing the borders. Obviously, yours were all human because of the laws of the Empire, but still, your mentor, was it?
Is there still rum or whiskey?
Correct.
The gentleman that had resided at the time at, was it Foolsword?
Probably should, but I rolled low enough.
With them all. I'm not sure. One of the provincial cities on the edge of the Empire, he drew a portrait of the elected governor there. I think it's still in his palace to this day. Yes, very much so. As soon as you said the name, I recognized it and it blew me away. Is that the man you learned from?
Yeah. I did.
How long have you been studying under him? Do you still to this day?
I actually was under a royal competition under a lord, and my apprenticeship ended when the competition ended when I won.
So you...
Apparently he told me that I had nothing more to learn from him.
So you're not even an apprentice anymore. You are fully fledged. Are you your own artisan?
At this point, sir, probably.
I am actually amazed. To be able to keep such a skill alive in a place like this, and when I say that, I don't mean it with disrespect. I'm fully aware that Adwick is in the state that it is because of the war with the Empire. To maintain that kind of creation in a place where everything is destroyed is admirable.
You work at the tavern. I wouldn't want to make trouble for you.
Well, being a tavern keep, and well, being an artist in general, I try to do the best to keep the populace happy and controlled.
Is it ever tiresome?
Oh yeah, Christos is here. Sorry, I'm drunk, so I can only perceive.
Every single day.
Except for those fuckers. So. I'll do it for you, Christos.
I cannot speak for anyone other than myself, obviously. But I would say that those who have the mind of an artisan that prefer to create more than to destroy
Actually, that's
are some of the most burdened minds in the world.
Oh god.
Well, the whole time you are thinking of the beauty of what is around you, be it the room or the people or the landscape. Everyone else is thinking of things in terms of terrain or combat or power. People who like to create exist more in the background. They are... At least I have a roof over my head. At least I've had this to eat today. They find the beauty in the small things. but others just look for more. You know? Long story
I know what you mean.
I respect the profession, even if you're working here. I'm assuming to make ends meet. The skill set is respectable, Mr. Christos.
Yes. And I hope you like the whiskey. I've been told it clears the mind.
It is quite good. I enjoy it. It's strong. It's very strong.
Yes.
But I do enjoy it. You know,
You actually are questioning.
I really shouldn't, but I'm going to ask anyway.
I mean,
For better or for ill, the envoy retinue will be leaving tomorrow. Since most negotiations will come to a close soon.
Yes, we are.
I would love if, before I am sent back to the Empire, I could get a portrait from you.
I would be honored, sir.
You don't have to butter me up. It's probably not an honor. I am empirical after all, but it has been a long time since I have seen something so alive, so to speak. If I was willing to pay for the ingredients...
Solus is here with his NPC. Do I give his crossbow or still keep it?
Would you be willing?
I would be willing.
I don't know anything about this scenario. Why does he have a crossbow?
He was walking around with a paracorder, said he got it from...
I've worked with worse. If you're able to afford the dyes, I would be able to paint.
Well, if it can't be proven it was stolen, then yeah, you can have it.
You know, after everything that has happened as of recently...
Well, then if that is the case, Mr. Christos, you tell me how much you need for these ingredients. I will pay for it up front. And tomorrow, before my departure, I will come and sit before you, and you can create this portrait.
Sure. With these dyes and everything, it'd probably be about...
You know, it's been a long day.
If we're probably wanting rich dyes, right?
How much copper
I
To make the best portrait you'd probably want.
Want to make it overboard. I'm not... How do I say this?
Oh, goodness, thank you.
It's more of a memento of the outside world. It's not... I'm not going to tell you I want the very best because I am so important. That's not my mindset. But if you are willing...
Then I'd say about, 3 silver and all. For all the dyes.
5, just in case there's more cost.
It shall be done then.
Look forward to that, Mr. Christos. It should be enjoyable. And now I apologize, I have taken you away from your tavern. You should probably return. I will not be here much longer.
It's alright. I hear one of my co-workers downstairs taking care of the bar, so...
Fair enough. I would ask you a favor, though. Do you think you could, Oh, never mind. They have a torch. Never mind.
Good.
Well, this crawfish was absolutely astounding. I enjoyed it a great bit. I will be sure to take this taste with me and compare it to everything I have from now on. So I now will be immeasurably displeased at everything else I eat. Very well done.
I'm glad you're as impressed, sir.
Colonel Hydeman, you could just call me Hydeman, it's fine. Well, I shan't...
Hydeman, it is fantastic to formally meet you.
We both know it's not, but I thank you nonetheless.
The formalities, you know the deal.
How much for the meal?
I usually... For the whiskey and that would be about a silver 50.
Silver 50? We shall get out of your hair.
Only so much we can. There's only so much.
Of course.
We're spread very thin
Then
right
I
now.
suppose I will see you tomorrow, before our departure.
Of course. I'll get all the supplies ready for you, sir.
At the same time.
Very good. You have yourself a good day, Mr. Christos.
To you as well.
I hate when that happens.
Have any of you ever had a crawfish before?
Never, sir. No, sir.
I will make sure to buy some before we leave, since you've all been so helpful. I think you'll like it. Very buttery, and the taste is very different. It's hard to place.
Sound of plate can be heard from your right. As the envoy marches by.
Good evening.
Evening.
Man from earlier.
As long as I get it back, if that's the case, I can do my shit out.
Good evening.
Good evening. I was hoping to talk to the gentleman who disappeared around the corner there.
Oh. You're looking for me?
Well, not looking for, just wanted a friendly conversation if you have the time.
Alright.
I understand that the sentiment is less than personable, but I don't get to leave the face of politics and talk to normal people very often, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
If you would indulge, I would like to walk and talk.
Alright.
And let us walk and talk.
Do that.
They are no threat to you. Obviously, I would wind up dead in an alleyway somewhere without them, and I'm not saying the people are at fault for that, but still.
Alright.
Just curiosity and a craving for conversations. How long have you been here in Adwick? You are a dwarf. I'm surprised to find you on the surface. I mean nothing disparaging by that.
Hey, Gigabits, can I get you
Well,
to
I've been here for
a
about 7
channel
months.
2?
I'm looking for someone, but now I'm kind of stuck out here.
Looking for someone? Perhaps I've seen them.
From what I heard, you probably haven't. It was my brother. He came out here a while ago, and from what I heard, a troll got to him. Unfortunate end.
I'm quite sorry to hear that. I'm sure you've heard about the things that are happening down in your barley roll. Same things happening on our side, on the other side of Badaria. Orcs and trolls pouring into some of the supply camps, wiped 2 of them out, killed both the civilians there and our soldiers. They eat everything. The beasts are horrendous.
I can agree with that.
I am
definitely dealing with a...
No, please.
You can continue.
By all means.
Yeah. I've been dealing with the orcs for a lot of my life at this point.
I'm sorry, I had a question.
Is it something you've dealt with throughout your lifetime?
Are all Imperials as tall as you?
Yeah, there's a bit of a...
have you not heard about what's been happening to the far west?
Head taller than I.
I'm going to be honest. I don't get to go out often. Obviously, I will not lie to you. I'm from the Empire, and there is a specific sentiment. So
yeah,
I don't exactly get to speak to other people. Forgive me, my manners. Colonel Heidemann. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Aldo.
Aldo. Such a simple name, but a nice one. I like it. Aldo. Is it dwarvish by nature?
A bit. But, no. Can't really say. There's been a bunch of weird dwarven names at this point.
Well, the closest I ever got to seeing anything that has to do with dwarvish was the wars from 30 years ago. The Empire went to war with the dwarves and elves of the far shores. I never met a single one of them. I was always in the back writing papers and such. But, no, I met a Bjorning today. I saw a drow from afar. You are the first dwarf I've spoken to in 6 years, I think. So.
I see. Well, like you said, with the way things are, that's not surprising.
Well, I am curious, Aldo, why you live in Adwick? Vernfolder is the place of the dwarves, no? I would feel you probably feel more at home there, just as I would in my own city.
Well, kind of dangerous to get back at the moment, and I don't have the coin to get back.
Dangerous? I would think that the holds, your cities are underground, are they not?
Oh, I mean with getting there. Because like you said, you're dealing with the orcs coming from Badaria. We're dealing with it on the other side. The roads are a bit dangerous right now.
Orcs from Kagovia?
Or no, from Badaria.
No, I know Badaria, but you said on the other side.
Well, they're on the roads coming out of here. That's what I've been hearing from all the people coming in. And I don't have the coin to get myself back.
Yes, I heard that there was a rather large orc that had destroyed parts of Barley Roll, your farms and such. So, and who'd you say it was was it your brother? Kinsman of sorts? You have
well, you mean,
condolences, sir. That is no good end to meet.
Yeah. In fact, it happened in Badaria, but from what I've been hearing, it happened basically when I left. So I came out here for nothing, and now I'm stuck out here.
Well, that is one of the curses of those that do things for others, or throw themselves out into harm's way to try and find answers or save loved ones, as more often than not we wind up holding the bag, so to speak. In your case, it was too late, but in others, many times people can... Well, sometimes love and kinship isn't enough in the face of danger, and you are left to your fate, I suppose. So you are commendable for the fact that you went looking anywhere. For that, you have my respect, Sir Aldo.
I just wish I could find him. Especially nowadays. You know how it is in Badaria?
It is, well, I know how it is now. It's a war zone for the most part. If reports are to be believed, most of it's been burned, but I know there are some human settlements in Badaria to the east. The fighting didn't start until about halfway in Badaria, so those settlements are still there. Perhaps.
I see.
Just a thought.
Well, thank you.
Advise you to go and speak to them, but we both know that the, well, I am more open-minded than some.
Well,
Either way, I do not wish to cause you trouble. I don't want people to give you the stink eye for talking to an Imperial, so I appreciated the conversation, Aldo. It was enjoyable.
Well, I guess enjoy the rest of your stay then. It seems like you guys have been at least... Most of us were worried that you'd just cut us down, but...
If it was anybody else, that is more than likely. I am... I don't want to say a laughing stock, that is not. My tactical mind is at least respected, but my social status is... Well, I am not a hater of non-humans, but that is viewed as a bit of a weakness. So.
Well, I appreciate it, at least.
I mean, it's not like it's not thrown in our face every day. There's a tiny blue line between your capital and our armies, and yet dwarves, elves, humans are able to hold the line against trained state empire troops and play it. That should say something to someone. Craftsmanship of the dwarves, marksmanship of the elves, the strength of the awnings. Even I can know to respect as such. But I do not wish to stand here and take up your time, Mr. Aldo. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
I'll try to... I gotta get some more things done. But yep. Have a good night.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Aldo, a strange name. Well, how about one last stroll in the night air? Hopefully I don't get shanked down an alleyway. I hope not. You know, it's odd. We speak so often about the tenacity of mankind and the need and will for expansion, but these people live in squalor, in filth, the very things that are mocked in the Empire, and yet they still have not fallen. Cataphracts, black powder, mortars, cannons. They still do not fall. I feel like that should say something even to the best of us. I should stop speaking before I find myself on a pyre. I'm going to test fate and see the beauty of your lake at night. If I don't come back, I was shanked by loyal Erlins.
Well, safe passage and travel.
You don't have to lie to me, Lieutenant. I understand. I will wait right here. Go get a torch and come back, please.
I was sure the citizens would have shown us more spite.
Well, people are people, soldier. You have to understand that even though the war rages on, there are just people who do not fight that exist on both sides of the war. These people just want to live their lives, and I'm sure all of you would rather be home with your families, yes? I miss my granddaughter as well. But, unfortunately, there are those who make commands, and loyalty is a thing. And we are loyal to the Empire, just as they are loyal to their king. But there are people who are stuck in the crossfire. Regardless of how you feel about non-humans, there are people there that just want no part of it. Anyway, let us go see this lake. A brisk jog. That way we aren't walking the whole time. Even their villages are so rudimentary, but yet they pump out enough food to keep their capital alive and well. At some point, you have to realize that the technology doesn't matter. They just refuse to give up. Whether that is survival instinct or just sheer tenacity of the races involved, I do not know, but it is inspiring nonetheless. I wonder how much...
I'd say even cockroaches are hard to kill.
Yes, well, while that may be the case, cockroaches don't have education, and they don't have cities, and they don't have languages, they don't have art. These people do. Would you say that they are akin to cockroaches?
Guess not.
No. Are there differences of opinion that we kill each other over? Yes. Would one of them, if they did not know that you are an Imperial, probably bandage you up at the side of the road? More than likely. Oh, it seems like we're not the only people out here. How intriguing. I wonder why that is.
Just be going for a stroll like us.
More than likely. Being able to be out and about is enjoyable. Greetings!
Oh? Greetings.
I thought we would be the only ones out by the lake. Isn't it unsafe, I suppose, to be out at night? I heard there were bandits and brigands.
We are just late night training.
I think we're fine.
Oh, I'm not interrupting a, lovers get-together, am I?
Not at all, no.
No?
You missed our, practice.
Practice? What sort of practice? Sparring, you mean?
Aye.
Well, if you're willing to do it again, I would love to watch. You don't have to if you're tired. You obviously just did it. Just my own curiosity.
You'll have to forgive me. It is one of those things that is weirder with an audience.
It's very alright, I understand. I've spent most of my day walking around your city, speaking to some of the people here, and my mind is consistently blown at the tenacity that I have seen. You know, they preach in the Empire that non-humans are filth and yada etc. and the reason why everything's wrong with the world, so on and so forth, but I cannot help that there are plenty of problems in the Empire, and there's not a single non-human to be seen. That should say something to someone, no?
Aye.
I met a Christos, who is an artist who works as a tavern owner, which is unreasonable. There is, I met you, sir, the Bjorning. I met a dwarf by the name of Aldo, as well. He is a woodworker, I think. Carries around a shield. I thought it was a child at first, because he drags the shield behind him. It's a tall one with a point at the end. I felt so bad.
It's okay, I made that mistake as well.
Well, I feel like you would. You are rather tall, we probably all look like. I'd probably look like a bearded child to you from up there.
Just a little bit.
No, I'm just... It's not something I'm used to, I suppose. It's not something I've seen a great deal of, so I've been enjoying myself immensely. I had crawfish for the first time. I did not even know it existed. Have you had crawfish?
How was it? I've tried it once.
It is like cream with salted butter, a mix of sweetish meat with the saltiness of butter, and it was so... I've never had anything like it. I don't know if I was looking at through rose-colored glasses because I've been eating rations for the past few months of my life, but it was damn good. I liked it. I'll be buying a bunch of it before I depart tomorrow.
Hey, Christos is very good at cooking. Get him any meat and he will make a beautiful meal from it.
I've heard he's an artist. Is it the same with food? Is he a chef or a painter?
Perhaps the plate is his canvas. Have you seen his art? It is quite glorious.
Actually, I know his master. Before the war, there were some fringe cities between Ireland and the Empire, and there would be fairs that took place there almost every summer. And Mr. Ansello, who is his master, used to come along with these fairs and display artwork, and he actually painted a portrait of the state governor on the empirical side of one of the state cities. And it's still in his palace to this day. The man left quite a remarkable mark on people. And, of course, unfortunately, he was not allowed to come back because he associated with non-humans and that whole... I should not even speak of it. Regardless, I know of the man who trained him, and it was remarkable to just stumble across the boy he trained. It blew my mind.
Aye.
So I've told him I will pay full price, and before I depart tomorrow, I would like a portrait from him. I told him I'll pay for all the expenses, and I just want something to take back home when I finally go visit my granddaughter in Sunmore. It'd be like a token to bring back. Something.
Aye, were you thinking of getting a frame? The last painting he did, he asked for a frame from me. I made sure it had beautiful knots all on the designs.
Well, I don't know how I would transport it. I had originally intended to wait till it dried, and then, although it would probably damage it, curl it up and put it in a leather bound, like a scroll. But if you know how to make frames, I would love one. I'd be happy to pay for one.
Aye, I can see what dimensions he is planning on making it, and I'll make it perfectly fit for you.
You'd be willing to do that? Even, well, obviously, you know where I come from.
I see you appreciate art, and I am a craftsman. And hey, perhaps if I see you on the battlefield, you'll be like, you're the one that made me the little frame. I'll spare you.
Yeah, I
Hunter.
would be the one saying that. You tower 3 feet above me, and I'm going to tell you that I will spare you. You have a sense of humor, Miss Ursa. No, most of my time is writing and reporting and all that. And the only reason I'm here is because I'm considered a bit of a social status joke, I suppose, because I rub shoulders with non-humans, so to speak. But, that aside, no, yes, I would love that. That would be remarkable. I'm sorry, I'm standing here running my mouth. I will leave you two to your night. I will trust you will, I suppose, speak to Mr. Christos and let him know I'm willing to pay for this endeavor. And I hope you enjoy your evening. If I wind up shanked between some Marylandy streets, I apologize. I just want to explore a little bit.
Aye. Well, enjoy the beauty while you can.
I will. And your name, sir, I don't believe I got it.
Oh, my name is Rascal.
Rascal, Colonel Hydeman. Pleasure to meet you. I hope you enjoy your evening. Take care of yourselves. We will stop menacing you on the shoreline.
Have a good evening.
You as well, folks. You as well. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. A frame. Did you hear that? A frame. Made by hand. Huh.
Perhaps you'll be the envy of the governor.
More likely to be stoned. It is a nice thought.
At the very least, your granddaughter should like it.
I think that she will. I'm always away from home for so long, but obviously I must. The Emperor cannot be denied, and I'm no traitor. But as much as I miss her, perhaps a painting by one of the finest artists here in Adwick would be suffice. Just to tide her over until I return home again.
Leaving a bit of yourself for your granddaughter to look at every day.
Well, I should like that. there isn't much to be proud of these days, I suppose. You know, I believe I will take my chances tomorrow. I feel there are no chances for peace or diplomacy if people are afraid when I walk around with soldiers of the Empire. I think tomorrow I shall go about in the city by myself.
Are you certain about that, sir?
Well, let's put it this way. I know very well that I'll be putting my life in danger, but there'll be no diplomacy to be had. No one will wish to speak with us. I'll have to... You saw that poor dwarf, Aldo, I believe, went and hid around the corner. He wouldn't do that if I was alone. I'd probably... I'll probably have to keep my weapon on me just in case, but... I think I shall. Yes, I think this is the right thing to do. You know what? I have an idea. Obviously, this town is on the edge of famine, and that boy in there by the name of Christos is an excellent cook, from what I've heard. We do have some supplies that will be wasted if they just keep sitting around. There's only 14 of us. What's the difference between giving it as good faith? Of course it's for diplomacy. That's a good enough reason, don't you think? Why let the ham spoil?
It's certainly a way to ingratiate the people and will make them see more favourable the Empire and the Emperor as good graces.
Right. Exactly. That's a good point.
It should also bring at least some good to that town, from what I've seen, at least from our little walk.
Careful, soldier. You're sounding more human than warrior. Sounds like compassion.
Well, it's difficult to have talks with someone who is dying in front of you.
It's easier to take their land as they are.
True, but at the same time, what's a last meal?
Exactly.
Let's see.
How fares the Lakeview?
It was actually quite beautiful. The silver of the moon shines off right off the center in a long line from that little island you have in the middle. It seems there's a few villagers out there as well enjoying it. It was quite nice. They were very pleasant
It's quite a
company.
majestic. It is quite a majestic view, especially in the right light.
It is. I will agree with that. I should like to see it in the morning as well. Not bad. Do me a favor, Mia. Go to the spawn room and go get a crate and come back.
Love you, sweetheart. I'm going to bed.
Good night, I love you.
Love you too. Night.
Starting over, kitty. Thank you for the raid. Where'd Lilith go? Lilith.
She'll have to change up her formation. You might want to put your weapons away if you're carrying them.
Just stay behind me. Alright, let's go. Last thing we do before I have to return to the castle and all of that.
You all have a good night.
You as well, sir. Hopefully they're still open. We will see shortly. A shame. I will try knocking on the door.
The only thing
Knock!
you know is that it's coming
Knock!
from,
Knock!
over the
Knock! 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 Knock!
Oh.
Ah, goodness me. Ah! We're in luck, Mr. Christus. I wanted to extend something. You had spoken about a bit of a famine here, and that you enjoyed cooking and such, and, well, only 14 of us came with the envoy, and we have entirely too much supply. There's a couple hams in that box that are going to go rotten if they sit in there any longer. So I figured you'd be able to put them to better use than we, if you would accept.
I'll accept. I'll open the door for you.
The rest of you stay out here.
Oh.
If you can just place it right here.
Sure. It's better than them going spoiled or rotten. Might as well put them to use. Right.
Of course.
Enjoy your evening, Mr. Christos. Rin, Aldo.
You as well.
Take care of yourselves. Good night.
Colonel, have a good night. Good night.
I was in there with 3 people and did not die. See? Progress. Progress. Come.
Christos would check the food. Clean?
Those are very fresh, far from spoiled, honey glazed full hams.
Understood?
That actually sounds delicious.
Down in the hodor, in the threads of eastern yore, the sights and sounds of thee, the odor we fight for thee. Back to work, I suppose. Back to work. Perhaps. Maybe I can just... If you weren't all so clanky, it'd be possible we could sneak right past the throne room to our quarters without getting drawn into some debate. I'll never understand it myself. War or no war. Ugh. And you're all free. Thank you very much.
Other people didn't have. Martino's still
2 for her being alive. She's not alive.
He's a man who made his choice.
Raised my fucking back.
Pretty nice.
Well, good evening.
You
Yeah.
and me.
Good evening.
Carol.
Good evening.
Fucking back.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Nobody died.
It's because it's a baby brain.
Yeah, nobody.
No bone.
No
bone.
Look.
That says something about you too, you know.
Yeah, I like
just press a thumb into the forehead, leave it dead.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
For some reason, I don't know why, but I hear you over here.
Everyone keeps saying that they keep hearing me over
Oh my
there.
god, yeah, actually, hang on.
What the fuck?
Your bubble's on the right, but I hear you on the left.
I hear you right next to me.
Yeah.
I don't
What
know
the fuck?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't understand.
The way you fix this is you show and or hide and show the avatar, and then they kind of reset
the
their play reference. Now I can hear that sound.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay.
It's the same with like if
Oh, there
people
we
are like
go,
laying
yeah.
down and you hear them like way above
Huh.
themselves.
Well, that's good to know. That's another audio
I'm
bug.
so-
Great.
I'm so sad.
Yeah.
I'm so sad.
This man's so dead tomorrow. He's like, these all these nice,
absolutely.
He's like, these are all such great
like
people.
spoken
I'm
now.
enjoying talking to them so much. I'm gonna get a portrait done. How can I expect to talk to anyone if I've got soldiers next to me all the time? I'll go alone tomorrow. You can stay here. So he's going
This
alone.
character sees you.
It's just a
Bruns.
window to the other side of the war. Where it's
Yeah.
like
I mean-
he's just a victim of circumstance too.
I
The
bet several
prelate
people
has
asked
told
me-
Martino to make sure none of the Imperials in the town
But several
come to
people asked me
harm.
and I
You
told
have
them,
me
yeah.
to protect you, the well-trained drunkard.
My
The street
character
rat is actually
will
kind of on his
probably
side
keep
too.
her axe
He heard everything.
Well, a
ready
couple people have heard.
He's around the other side.
because
Like
she
he's told 3 people now.
hates Imperials.
He's not from the Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I love
He's
it.
from Leodor. And he was one of the
Mhm.
people who had authority that had the choice to vote on whether they capitulated or continued the fight, and they capitulated, and they handed up the non-humans and saved countless human lives, and yeah, he feels guilty for it, but at the time he saved more lives than he, lost. Obviously, he knows what he's done is terrible, but, Anyway, I won't
100%,
talk about him
yeah.
too much more on stream. But I enjoy the character.
Yeah.
It's one I've been waiting to play for a while.
The way Martino,
Yeah, I
the
like
way
him.
Martino said it was, he's a man who had to make his choice.
Yeah. I'm sure this character will get a happy ending.
Oh, there's gotta be one.
I wanted when those soldiers were going, I wanted to play as them so bad when they had the crawfish, because I wanted to be like, oh, this is great. I hope I get stationed here when we win the war. The crawfish is amazing.
Christ. Tell all the boys back home that you should really try to get stationed in Adwick. The crawfish is to die for.
It is amazing.
It's amazing.
And he also
we should ask all the non-humans how they fish the crawfish so that when they die we know where to go.
Tell me what you know,
People
elf.
do this? You're joking.
This man's never seen
What
a
is
Triton
the
before,
secret?
ever. He's gonna flip the fuck out.
Oh God.
What?
Oh hell
What
yeah.
are you?
Oh.
He walked right up to Ursa. He's like, my God, are you a Bjorn?
Yep.
You're so tall. I've never seen one up close. And I'm like, she's either gonna fucking murder me or indulge the conversation.
Yep.
She indulged.
Oh, don't worry. Every time you left, it was just like 10. Count to 10 deep breaths. Okay, he's gone. It was.
I've literally heard
perfect.
death threats from PCs and lectured them not to take the law into their own hands.
What would he say if he saw Silver?
Oh, because this controller
Silver would
died.
just look like a child. He thought Aldo was a child. What would he think?
He'd think you were lost. He'd be like, where is your mother? Do you need... Guardsman, this child is alone.
And then we get the
What happened
fucking.
to your hand?
What
Dear
things
child?
of my stature? I am just a child.
Ariana's in my chat. So I knew you were in the church. I was coming there so I could have a conversation right in front of you so you could like shit your pants a little bit, but Ikelos being the turd that he is was, "Hey, get out of here, Yandel. The Imperials are coming."
And when I
was
came
like,
back out there, you all were talking to them. And I was like,
Now I want the timeline of Colonel to see Dragon going, what the fuck is that?
I would have sat down in the middle of
I
the
know about you.
Walking trees.
So I was like, oh, I'll leave it.
I know all about you.
Neat! You wouldn't happen to be the dryad that gave the count so much fucking trouble, would you?
You wouldn't be
knew
the
that
one that
pre-session that they were
stuck
gonna
it to
glow.
do cloth, would you? Oh,
To see you with.
Just know, if this character does talk to mine, she is going to scream at him.
I'll be like, well, all right. I'm sorry, but which way to the lake?
I need the crawfish. Well,
I need the
I've got a
crawfish.
splitting headache. I need a hat. You'll have to the rest of your night.
Right, have a good night.
Bye.
Night-night.
Thank you for your hard work. Bye bye.
I accidentally took your ass and I hit my hand.
For us all to have fun and
My
The key to it is that you just sit and see it and play, and then you can relax. But we'll all know.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't
want-
do that because if I did, I would
Damn.
still be on stream, so I couldn't go sit
I
down.
want so badly to keep playing this guy, but he has no reason to be out and about anymore.
Yeah, it sucks. I like him.
Victim of
You will if the Aralandis agree to a truce.
Oh, you're giving up? Well, that's a shame. I won't tell the cloth. I'll make sure he's the last one to find out.
No.
Yeah, I expected both Rascal and Ursa to again murder him while he was out there. Like, oh, hello! What are you all doing out here?
How do you greetings,
He literally said to the gate guards, he's like, I'm going out to the lake because I heard the moon is beautiful on the lake at night. If I don't come back, a patriotic Aurlandi murdered me. Cheers. And he fucking left.
You almost scared the absolute shit out of me, man. Get this in 4 nights.
What's this? The players are being smart? How long will this last?
Exactly.
Hey, yeah, tomorrow Colonel's gonna be by
Was she
himself.
really?
He's gonna be so excited to just like do stuff. and just interact. And somebody's gonna come up and
It
sounds so
like,
sad.
He's literally
It's
gonna
like
be
a
a
theme
tourist who
park.
finally got away from the group. He's like, finally, I get to go look at stuff I want to go look at.
Well, he was so excited because Ursa
I
was like, yeah, I can make a frame by hand. He's like, by hand? You know how to do this? That's amazing. Yes,
cool.
please. I'd love to pay for this.
I'm gonna be so sad if this character gets shanked tomorrow.
I'm so sorry.
Tomorrow.
You're gonna get shot or something from like the forest or some shit. It's gonna be
I'll be so sad if this character gets shanked tomorrow.
Oh dear God.
I'm only doing this because I have to.
Slices half of Adwick in half.
No, but this man's like older and fucking hasn't like been on the front line. He, if anything, he's trained. He's not even well trained. So
He's a diplomat. These guys in the back, it's just like he's not meant to really be fighting.
Oh god.
Yeah.
If you get shanked, what's gonna?
Oh yeah,
Only
what is
imagine
gonna
the rest
happen?
of The Imperials. And the rest of the Imperials are still in the kingdom. Oh my god.
I would like to talk to you about my
He already told you what would happen.
combat training level.
He literally told you what would happen.
I will.
Oh lord.
Oh my God, my eyes.
Someone far less kind would come along and demand things instead.
You know? I'm just glad I got my crossbow.
It would be an interesting
So
storyline.
you were
but
from
also a
art,
sad
or
It was
I'm
fucking
from, like,
awful
God.
because he was hearing downstairs because Kate was not being quiet about trying to kill the colonel. He's like, oh, I'll just eat my crawfish. Whatever happens, happens, I guess.
Try my crawfish. There's 4 men in plate. I'm sure they can handle it. It's
Every word he said, he was just like, don't believe a single word of it. Don't believe a single word the colonel says. It's all propaganda. It's like, he's being
I would have stayed out there, but you're supposed to be seeing the stars. Be out there when the Empire's out there.
Time to walk around.
Probably going.
Marcus,
Marcus
red lady.
absolutely going to try to keep that man alive because it's like
going as a merchant.
everything piling up.
Probably
Yes.
like that. She's gonna do more
Yeah, this
So,
leads to
you know, you're
She's
going
gonna be
to
more
be
Time to go be merchant.
If you stick with the colonel and you go with the colonel,
I'm going to try and sell fish oil.
Merchanting. Merchanting okay.
I think everyone's dead. Knock, knock, knock!
Do you need something, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would you want to speak inside about it, or...?
We can speak about it wherever you want, thief.
Thief?
Thief.
What do you mean? What are these accusations?
Accusations? Well, I sent my son down here to buy 2 bottles of your finest wine. And he came back saying that he received no wine, but you took his money.
I did no such transactions, sir.
My son told me that he came down here to buy wine for our family. It was cheaper down here than up in the Noble District, and he said that he was gypped and thrown out on his ass with no wine.
It might have been the brewer then.
The brewer? Who's the brewer?
Jack? He's had problems where people have stolen stuff from his brewery.
Oh, we haven't stolen anything. I sent my son down to get wine for the family.
Oh, I know. I'm saying that he's gotten stuff stolen from him, so he probably wasn't able to go through on his end.
Are you giving me the runaround? Are you lying to me?
No. I haven't had to sell 2 wines.
Is this a tavern?
In a while.
It is.
Yes.
He said he went to the tavern, not some brewery.
So let's talk inside.
Fine.
Rin, did you sell 2 wines to this man? Or his son?
I did not sell any wine. Sorry. We don't have wine here.
My son came down here to the tavern
wine for a while.
late afternoon to buy wine, and he said that his money was taken, but no wine was given.
Well, no money was given, and we don't have any wine.
Are you telling me that my son is a liar?
No.
Maybe
we can help you out with this. We don't have wine. We don't have wine, but we do have whiskey.
That doesn't do anything for me if the boy lost 3 silver coming down here because it's supposed to be cheaper than in the Noble District.
I have nothing to say about it, sir, because I did not sell 2 bottles of wine today.
You thief.
I don't have 2 bottles of wine. I am out. I am out of wine.
Scallion, you lying cheat, swindler.
Sir, I promise you, he is not a cheat nor a swindler.
Then where did the silver
go? God about it. I've been out of wine.
Well, clearing it out in our pockets because we don't have any silver. People have not been paying with silver since forever.
Oh no.
Remember when Cade was behind the bar?
Oh, he didn't, did he? He didn't.
I really hope he didn't, but he was drunk.
I say, so I have been stolen from. You will hear from me tomorrow, sir. My family will not stand for this, and I will not stand for being stolen from.
If you need.
Oh no, we are past that now, sir. Past! I will see you tomorrow with the constable in tow. What are we looking at?
Who the fuck are you?
I don't know. Who are you? I came down to buy wine. Do you have wine?
No, the tavern's open. Sometimes they're open night, sometimes they're not.
Yeah, they're not open. I went there and they admitted to stealing. Well, I can't buy wine from them.
Well, fortunately, I think the brewer is turned in for the night.
A brewer? Well, why is everyone bringing up a brewer? The tavern tried to send me to a brewer as well. Said that his stock kept getting stolen. Why would I want to deal with him?
Usually you can get it better if you get it straight from the source.
Straight
from the one who knows what they're doing.
Are you creeping on that weirdo with the beard and the green shirt?
Beard and green shirt? No. Just keeping a lookout. Guards can only do so much at night.
Ah, you're a
And
vigilante.
a lot of not so. I see something going on. I let the guards know. They can't see everything.
So you're a deputy.
Sort of. I'm a concerned citizen.
Concerned citizen. Well, I'm concerned.
And what about yourself?
I am also a concerned citizen for different reasons. I sent my son down to the tavern late afternoon to buy some wine, because it's cheaper than what it is in the Noble District. However, his money was taken and he was not given wine. Then they told me this transaction never happened. Then they told me somebody must have drank it. So, my evening
Well, I
is ruined.
am not. Let me think. Where else in the city could you get wine at this time of night?
I'm just going to have to rob someone at this point.
Really?
No! That is breaking
You're
the law.
admitting that to a deputy there, sir. Remember?
Obviously,
I'll
it was a joke. I wouldn't do such a thing. No, I'm not a thief.
No. A thief would be a terrible thing, wouldn't it?
What? No. Some people just do it to survive. Very narrow-minded, sir. How could you? There are people who starve that know they'd try to swipe a few coppers to try and make ends meet. You need to rethink yourself. Thieves. Can't believe it. Well, time to go back and tell my wife that I don't have any wine, that my son might have lied, and that if he didn't, the tavern would have robbed me blind. And that I'm talking to bandits again. I really need to stop doing that. Like really need to stop.
Actual dead body in the alleyway, but...
Yeah.
Just a moment. Please, please. Hello.
Hello, chat. I'm sending you away forever.
I really need to stop talking to thieves. I really need to stop.
Everything is so fucking massive and just it looks like a wildman's sword. And the idea was to have like a big ass fucking Bjorn. There's gonna be a monster hunter.
Alright, chat. I love you so much. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are the best. I love you. I will see you tomorrow for maybe some Legendary Tales or Divinity. One or the other. But I love you. Thank you guys so much. You all are the best. You are fantastic. Thank you for being here when you could be anywhere else. I love you guys. I need some water. I'm so thirsty. Bye, chat. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
My brother is in the Royal Dungeon.
Damn.